Hallo. Ready. Perfect.
Test, test, test. So normally the panelists can hear me. So normally the panelists could speak into the room.
Yes, I can hear you. Anders Christensen.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear us from the room also?
I can still hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. If you can hear us through the room, then everything should be connected. We took a little bit while because the meeting beforehand took overboarded a bit, so we should start in about 5 to 10 minutes. So sorry for the delay.
Okay.
This is a test just to check something. Blah, blah, blah. Can we see myself appearing? No, no, I don't see it.
Just stay close to us. Don't sit too far. I also used to say that to my students, you know. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Are we good on technical side? Yeah, it looks good. Sorry for the delay that we start with a little delay, but there was an important discussion taking place among the staff members. So I think that's very important sometimes that they take the time also to discuss what they have on their heart. Or yes, so very welcome. So I will start because as we have already a few minutes delay, so really very welcomed in the name of Greens EFA and especially Francisco, Sylwia, Spurek, Bas Eickhout, and myself. So I'm very excited to be here today to discuss the development of the European plant-based food sector and the upcoming new EU protein strategy. Because I think we all can agree that the European Union especially has a protein problem. And no, it is not that we do not produce enough and need fancy technology to increase production. You all know we are net exporter of animal protein. We produce and consume animal protein at the level which is inefficient, unhealthy, unsustainable. And also to feed the billions of animals farmed each year, we need 70 million tons of feed, 70 million tons. A quarter of this number we import from third countries, and is linked to deforestation. The solution, less animals, more local protein feed, and more plants on our plate. In October of this year, the European Parliament adopted an own initiative report on the upcoming protein strategy. The idea was to state what is important in the eyes of the Parliament ahead of the publication of a new protein strategy by the Commission. I took part in the negotiation on this report. It started out, I must say, with quite a progressive draft from our colleague Emma Wiesner, but things took really a bad turn in the quite conservative Agri Committee. Unfortunately, the final report completely misses the mark. Instead of looking forward and focusing on evident solutions like increasing plant protein production and consumption and helping this market to develop faster, the report is looking backwards. Every second paragraph, it insisted on the importance of animal proteins, even how fertile women need extra animal proteins. So that is something that we have in this text now, imagine just now. And then other absurdities which will lead us nowhere, like new genomic techniques or changing rules on the use of manure. So I hope, and I know that today we will get a more neutral and science-based look at the protein situation, the need for a food transition and the state of the plant-based market. We have really many knowledgeable speakers with us today, so let's get right into it. Just a few words maybe on the program of today. So we will have short interventions now of 10 minutes, and we will be very strict on time, Francisco and myself. And then we will have time for Q&A, and then we have a short coffee break. And after that, we have a second panel of people, 4 short presentations, and again, Q&A and place for discussions. And then Francisco will conclude the event. So let's start with Dr. Marco Springmann. He is Senior Researcher on the Environment and Health Environmental Change Institute of the University of Oxford. He is Professor in Climate Change, Food Systems and Health from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical. So he is there online, and good afternoon. I see him already. Welcome here to this event. You have the floor, Marco Springmann. Dr. Marco Springmann, please.
Thanks a lot for the kind introduction and the interesting context to this. And yeah, pleasure to be with you, albeit online. Let me share a couple of slides for you to try to sort of provide you maybe with a bird's eye perspective on healthy and sustainable food systems. I'll try to move this away. Okay. I hope you can see this all. I just put that into...
yes, it's fine. We see
okay.
it.
I'll just put that on full screen. You still see this okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, well, starting off with the health component here, we know that very many diets, including very many European diets, are far from healthy. And dietary risk factors or risk factors related to both dietary composition, but also over and under eating, are leading risk for non-communicable diseases and premature mortality. And Europe is really one of the worst hit regions, so to say. So if you look at the third bar here, there is a massive underconsumption of fruits and veg, of legumes, nuts, and whole grains, a really large overconsumption of red and processed meat, and a very high prevalence of overweight and obesity. So this results in massive health problems, not only for the population, but also for healthcare systems, as it's projected to that basically healthcare related costs would exceed 1 trillion in 2030. So this is not only a private health problem, but also a public one. At the same time, we know that those diets, or the food systems producing those diets, they are also far from sustainable. The food system is a major driver of climate change, with about 1/3 of all greenhouse gas emissions coming from food production. It's also a major driver of land use and biodiversity loss, major user of freshwater resources, and a major polluter of terrestrial and aquatic system, for example, for fertilizer runoff. We calculated if we don't change course, we run the risk of exceeding all kinds of so-called planetary boundaries or environmental limits that guarantee the safe operating space for ecosystems by 2050. And you can see here impacts would increase by anywhere between 50 and 90% if we don't do anything. Fortunately, we also found that if we put basically all the things that we know could be changed about the food system together, we could manage to stay within those environmental limits. And here you see a little bit of a breakdown of what needs to globally happen to stay within this. So this FLX bar here, that means dietary changes to at least flexitarian diets, so predominantly plant-based flexitarian diets. And tech here means technological changes, or changes at farm level management. Why do we see this differentiation between dietary changes very much needed for greenhouse gas emissions and more technological management related changes for land use, water use, and nitrogen and phosphorus application? Well, that all comes down to the environmental footprints. So for greenhouse gas emissions, we know that there is a factor difference between the highest emitting animal source food, like beef and lamb here, and the lowest emitting plant-based food, like grains or legumes, of a factor of 100. So this is huge. Whereas management changes at the farm level can get you maybe a factor of 2 difference for greenhouse gas emissions. So nowhere to bridge this gap. Whereas for other things like land use, water use, and nitrogen and phosphorus application, there the difference is more a factor of 10. So there actually it does matter that we eat lots of grains, for example, and the production of which we can improve to some degree. So in a sense, we have this like 2 domains, livestock dominated and stable crop dominated. And without dietary changes, there is no way we could actually meet the target of staying below 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees that countries agree to do for the Paris Climate Agreement. Whereas for the other ones, some things could help in terms of crop production, but that is mostly located in low and middle income countries, as you can see here. So there, this graph shows you yield gaps of how much you can produce on a crop of on a piece of land given optimal inputs for that climatic zone. And you see, for example, the whole continent of Africa is very much underproducing because of not very good access to fertilizers and water when it's really needed. Whereas we here in Europe, we actually produce almost at the optimum, and there is in very many places actually an over application, for example, of fertilizers. So the whole tech management issue in Europe, not very much a thing. The much more urgent thing is really dietary changes. And what kind of dietary changes are we talking about? I told you, I mentioned those flexitarian diets. Well, within the Eat Lancet Commission on Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems, we try to describe what can a healthy diet look like. And we ended up with this sort of flexitarian diet where, and that was purely based on health considerations. And within that diet, you shouldn't have more than 1 serving of red meat per week, not more than 2 servings of poultry per week, not more than 2 servings of fish per week. If you have dairy, not more than 1 serving per day, and then plenty of fruits and vegetables, 5 to 6 portions, 1 to 2 per day, 1 to 2 portions of legumes per day, 1 to 2 portions of nuts per day, and whole grains instead of refined grains. Of course, anybody can go also more plant-based, and that would actually be even healthier and more sustainable, but collectively it would be fine or relatively okay to have still a low to moderate amounts of animal source foods in diets. You might say if one spells it out with a week, along a week, it doesn't sound so bad. You can still have a portion of animal source food 5 days a week. So only 2 days a week you should try to be vegetarian or vegan. But in high income diets in particular, and actually all across the world, as you can see here, this would mean a massive change in what we eat. So not only about a 90% reduction in red meat consumption in high income countries, including very many European countries, but also massive increases in fruits and vegetables. And as you can see here, one of the biggest shortfalls in high income countries is really legume consumption. So this EU protein strategy pushing, or at least originally intended to push, for a little bit more legume consumption and production within Europe, is very pertinent in that sense, and actually is in line with what we find from a scientific perspective. Unfortunately, though, if we look at the current state of national food-based dietary guidelines in the world, we find that actually most of them are not in line with those environmental limits or in general with health and environmental targets. So, one might say, well, planetary boundaries, environmental limits, who cares? I mean, I hope people care enough, but if you want it more political, well, any of those are actually already enshrined in some kind of political agreement. So we have the Paris Climate Agreement that is very much related to the planetary boundary of climate change, or we have the ITO biodiversity targets that have recently been updated. We have the SDG targets, and we have, of course, the NCD agenda. So all of those have been, in principle, acknowledged and agreed by countries. So in some ways, we have a collective responsibility to actually meet those targets, right? Why do countries, the national dietary guidelines, not meet them? Well, if you look at Europe here, the recommendations are way too unclear and very often way too lax, especially on animal source foods. So if people in Europe would eat according to their dietary guidelines, and I should say those are already better than what is eaten now, but even if they eat according to their dietary guidelines, even the consumption of ruminant meat, beef and lamb, would be enough to exceed the planetary boundary for climate change of the food, broken down to the food system level. And similarly so for dairy. So without more ambitious and progressive recommendations to limit the consumption of animal source foods, we really won't get anywhere that can be described as sustainable. And at the same time, we found that if dietary guidelines were to be a bit more comprehensive, similar to those that we developed in the Eat Lancet Commission, we could actually increase health benefits by about 1/3. So here you see reductions in premature mortality, and in Europe you could go from about 20% to really 30%. You need to look at the diameter. So 18% to about 22% when it comes to reduction in premature mortality. So you would get both health and environmental benefits by basically being a bit more science-based with these things. The unfortunate situation is also that hardly any country actually meets their own dietary guidelines. So I think in the second session, what you will discuss is basically political options to move to support populations to eat better and basically change the food system. That this is economically also a good idea. You can see by, for example, just valuing the health benefits you would get from this by standard methods of cost-benefit analysis, like using values of statistical life. So here you can see in Europe, you could spend basically 20% of 25% of the national GDP on health promotion programs, and they would still pass a cost-benefit test, So I think that really should give some pause for thought, thinking what can we actually do to help both the population, but also the production side of the coin to move to a healthy and sustainable food systems. And as I said, I think you might discuss this in a little bit more detail. What we know from the behavioral science literature is that just providing information really is not enough. So any kind of information campaign like national dietary guidelines really need to be paired with, for example, fiscal measures or restrictions and mandates even, or local environmental changes of sorts. We did analysis on many of those aspects, for example, looking at adjusting food prices for climate damages, adjusting food prices for health costs, and also looking at basically coupling agricultural subsidies closer to the production of healthy and sustainable food commodities, which we found that it could actually make economic sense if there were a partial recoupling, which I think would be a good idea to talk about. I think I'm probably out of time, so I just mention those references in case you like to read up on it. With WHO Europe, we just released a diet impact assessment model. So if you're interested in any of the health, environmental, and affordability implications of dietary change, you can use that. You can just log in there and you can test out different scenarios that you might be interested in. So you don't need to take my word for, the flexitarian diet that I presented. You can try out your own diet and see what the implications there would be. So with that, thanks a lot for your attention.
Thanks a lot to you for this very interesting and also holistic approach of the issue. Thank you very much. And I will immediately switch over on my left side. There we have Mr. Charlie Brocard. He's a research fellow, Food, Lifestyles and Transition Unit. And also we have Mrs. Cecilia McAlloway, from the European Alliance Plant-Based Food, president of the EAPF Steering Committee. So first, give the floor to you, Charlie. Is that okay? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. So we'll talk more about policies here, thanks to the very nice scene setting by Dr. Springman. The first thing I wanted to go back on before going more in depth into policies was just this very brief overview of the context, because Dr. Springman went into more details on some of these elements, but I just would like to go back on how much livestock, because here the first number we can see 80% of EU agricultural sector's GHG emission. This is the weight of livestock. This shows how much livestock is important today in terms of its impact on the environment. This is the first impact on climate, but then there are also other impacts such as biodiversity, pollutions, and these impacts are also mediated by the type of meat that we are facing and also the type of production method. Then the next point is about nutrition. Here, one of the assumptions that we can make is that protein are now overconsumed, and overconsumed by a level which is close to 200% when it comes to the French nutritional recommendations. And we can see on the graph on the right that this state of things has worsened across the decades, because since the 60s, we've seen that the protein consumption in Europe annually has risen year after year, and this has been also to the expense of a better balance between plant-based proteins and animal-based proteins. Then the next topic, because it's also important to take into account this health and environment perspective together with a self-sufficiency and strategic autonomy perspective. The next point is about how Europe, as it was reminded by you in the introduction, is not self-sufficient when it comes to the feed that we give to our animals. So 77% seems a quite reasonable number in terms of self-sufficiency. However, if we go in much more details, we can see that for the soybean meals, for example, which are the most intensive in terms of protein content, then it's only 24% of self-sufficiency. So we also have to look at these impacts, because these imports are at the expense of our strategic autonomy, as we were seeing with the Ukraine invasion. And then the last point is that there is nowadays not enough balance also between the feed markets for plant proteins and the food market, because the feed market represents 93% of total volumes. These are a bit old numbers, but now it didn't really change in 2023. But overall, my take is that we have a problem with proteins, which is clear now, But this problem is both a matter of overall quantity, we consume too much, but also a matter of production methods and quality. Plant-based diets have been identified as a solution by the European Commission in the Farm to Fork strategy, a solution towards reducing our impacts on the environment, in general, climate and biodiversity, but also going towards a more healthy diets. However, and although this is in line with many agri-food transition scenarios, which all recommend that we reduce our consumption of meat in Europe, because this is also very contextual, but we are talking about Europe. They are advising that policymakers use these numbers of reduction of minus 30% or 50% in general. And this has been said many times by very different institutions in very different contexts. And the evidence is here. But then, even though it goes with the evidence, as I was saying, these identification of plant-based diets as useful does not translate into objectives at the EU level. And I think that's the first thing to remind when it comes to policy. So we, for example, for livestock, we only have one specific target for the livestock sector, which pertains to reduction in antimicrobial sales for farm animals by 2030. But there's no other type of target that is specific to the livestock sector, even though it has also impact on the water quality and all of this very interesting files on which the EU has actually a very interesting policies, but they are not explicit mentions of the livestock sectors in those files. And the second thing is that there is no target related to food consumption at the EU level. This is quite similar to what we can see at the national levels, because in general, as food consumption and meat in particular is such a heated political topic, there are no set targets. However, this comes at the expense of having a clear direction for all actors of the food system. Then here I try to combine not all policies, because I don't think this is exhaustive, but as many policies as I could find that pertain to the food consumption and that try to have an impact on food practices. I categorized them into a food environment model, which is now a model which is really that has reached consensus in the scientific literature in terms of how can we envision that food practices will change. Well, here we divide in 4 different food environments: the physical environment, which pertains to what is on offer, what do we have at hand when we go in a supermarket, when we go in a restaurant. The second is social cultural environment, which pertains to the norms and representations of food, which are mediated, for example, by the marketing of industrials, but also other actors. Then the cognitive environment, which is much more about information and education and giving the consumer the right tools to make decisions about their food practices. And then the economic environment. When we look at current policy architecture in Europe, it's mostly about informing the consumer. So most of the policy tools that we have, and also the most ancient one, are focusing on information and education. Then on the physical environment, you can also see that we have a few policies. However, they only pertain to public procurement. And public procurement is only, this is a French number, but I think it could also be expanded at the EU level. It's not so different. Public procurement is only 5% of what we eat in terms of volumes. So if we only talk about public procurement, we don't really see what's outside of it, and the 85% we don't deal with it. And then when it comes to social cultural environment, there are a few interesting policies. However, they are mostly voluntary. So it means there is no strict regulation that would prevent, for example, industrial to promote meat consumption towards children, or also when it comes to health issues, sugary or too sweet or too high in salt products. This is not covered by EU legislation either. And then when we go beyond food environment, which is one way of looking at it, but when we go beyond it, there are also matters of responsibility and transparency. And this we have seen in recent years very interesting takes and proposals by the European Commission, which put more responsibility on actors of the food system, which make them responsible for what they put on the market and the environmental and social impact on these of these products. So this is a very interesting development. However, we tend to see that EU diets evolve, but there are many more people that are flexitarian or actually declare to be so in surveys, that people also buy more plant-based products, and we might be we might say that then we are going in the right direction. And actually, these numbers say that we are going in the right direction. And for example, for Austria and Germany, now there are less people that declare themselves omnivorous than people that declare themselves flexitarian, vegan, or vegetarian. So this seems to go in the right direction. However, when we look at the numbers of meat consumption at the EU level, we see that in terms of tons, carcass weight equivalent, we remain stable over the years. There has been a little decrease in the first decade of the 2000s, but then it has been slightly increasing or stagnating. It depends on the country. There is also a lot of disparities when we talk about, for example, Cyprus. There has been a huge decrease in meat consumption, but when we talk about France, it has been stagnating over the years. When we talk about other countries such as Bulgaria, for example, or Latvia, or even Belgium, this has been very hugely increasing. So even though we have disparities between member states, at EU level, we see that the meat consumption has been stagnating, although we have all those tools which I presented. And although we see that people tend to say that they are most flexitarian and that they welcome these new products, such as plant-based products. So it means there is an issue. There is an issue which calls for having a new policy mindset, which will open the way for new policy tools. And this is what at IDRI we are working on, which is expanding the policy architecture beyond information and beyond education, which have been said and proved as inefficient to drive food practices. We cannot rely only on those policy tools to make sure that we attain our environmental objective and health objectives. And this has been showed multiple times, as Dr. Sprayman said, for example, in behavioral literature, we can see that nudges are not enough. Also, there has been in the health sector, collective expertise, which show that education is not enough either to drive food practices changes. And therefore, we need to find new ways of changing this, which means taking a closer look at the other dimensions, which are here. So physical environment, sociocultural environment, and economic environment, talking about the price of plant-based foods, talking about the price of meat, also talking about how marketing is still encouraging whole of the European population to consume meat, and also talking about how meat is omnipresent, in all places of consumption, which means that we also have to tackle this matter of offer, and this has been underlined by the IPCC report, the last IPCC report, which I quote said that we cannot change dietary consumption if we do not change the structure of the offer. And this is really what we have to go on about in the next years. And then the last point is to also articulate better EU policy and national policies, because there's also a way for member states to participate, to contribute to this effort, because they have different competencies than the EU has. However, this has to be also part of a harmonizing framework, which would help all countries that do not have national strategies for food, for example, to develop their own and to make sure we go in the right direction and in the same direction as one continent. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Also very, very interesting. Immediately the floor to Cecilia McAlewy. I hope I mispronounced
Very
it
bad.
totally okay. At least you're honest. That's good. You say it in a proper way, please.
Cecilia McAlevey, and
my-
thank you so much for inviting me here today. Fantastic to be here, and fantastic to see so many people here as well. And thanks for a very inspiring start to the session of sitting like this. So I am representing the European Alliance for Plant-Based Foods, and we got founded a few years back, and it was quite interesting. What is unique about this alliance is that it's an alliance between NGOs and businesses and also investors passionate about driving this transformation. And our vision is that Europe will be spearheading the transformation towards sustainable plant-based food to benefit the people and the planet. And our mission is, of course, to put plant-based food at the heart of a sustainable food systems. We know, and as we've heard this afternoon already, that this where the solution lies. The outlook is very depressing, to be honest, when we know the facts. But therefore, it is so important to highlight that there are solutions. And I mean, that we talked about it just before. We need to point to the solutions because there are opportunities there. And what we work on and the pillars of our work is, first of all, to spotlight policies and promote policies that can level the playing field and also transform helps the transformation we know needs to happen. And also have policies that promote innovation and continued development, because unfortunately today there are several barriers to this. You pointed to some in your presentation. And then, of course, also to educate and inform policymakers that there are those solutions out there. These are the members. It's quite impressive, I think, when you look at the how broad range of members we have. So we have full members, partners, and also associated members. We've worked together with plant-based associations and alliances in other countries. And we have defined a number of challenges to the European food system. And I will just outline a few here on this slide, as you can see. And so first of all, food security. This has become really clear in the light of the war on our doorstep, that we have a huge problem and challenge with food security, which we need to address. And where, of course, the protein and the feed is one of those topics which you addressed very well in your presentation. You also raised the lack of strategic autonomy. We really need to secure and ensure that we can have an autonomous system. And also, of course, sustainability. It's not only that the food system is one of the major drivers of environmental degradation, both when it comes to water use and land use, like Dr. Marcus Springman listed, and of course, climate change. But it's also that it's impacting on our very ability to produce food. So it's really a mutual give and take there, which we need to address. And what we see is, of course, we need to improve the resilience of our food system. This is recognized. And also to enhance our autonomy. We need to diversify our domestic production. We have had a development over the past years, as all of us know here, where it's more and more industrialized and volumes and one kind of crops in order to make it profitable. And we also need to find ways of foster new ways to create sustainable food system and regenerative agriculture. What we see, and I'm really pleased that you opened the floor here for me and asked for a target, because we have set and suggest a target which we would really encourage EU policymakers to adopt. We think and we call for shifting the current consumption of animal-based products to plant-based foods, including alternatives to meat and dairy, by 40%. This is feasible, and I think this is very much based on also the studies that has been presented here today. So this is a call for action, a call to the European Commission and our Council to adopt, because we are convinced that this must be on the table for the transition to happen. So thank you for opening the floor for that and asking for that. We also think that that would help to diversify and facilitate a shift. There is, as I said, opportunities here as well. So looking to what we have, there is an enormous potential. There's a business potential in the transition. There is a potential for new farming methods. There's a potential for new businesses and innovation. And looking at different studies, as you can see here, there are lots of different crops. The protein strategy needs to not only need to focus on protein, but also other crops that can be used for direct human consumption. And to make it edible, nutritious, and tasty, we need investment in R&D and innovation. Unfortunately, we know that studies are showing that most of the R&D and innovations is also not only dietary guidelines, but also pointing to continuous investment in animal-based foods. We cannot do more of the same or trying to make things a little bit more effective. We have a broken food system. That is clear. We need to change. We need to transform. We need to do new. We need to find solutions. And the entrepreneurs are there. The innovators are there. The business are there. The consumers are there. We cannot afford the barriers in which are blocking this development. So I think that is very important to highlight. And there is a projected value of the plant-based sector in the EU by 2025 of 7.5 billion euros. So, and this is of course also something where EU and Europe can take lead and be a global leader. So plant-based foods currently represent only 0.7% of the meat market and 2.5% of the dairy. And whereas have seen sales, retail sales have been growing by almost 10% per year over the past years. And this is something we see as a huge opportunity for us, and we can both increase growth, tackle public health challenges, and tackle urgent environmental challenges we're facing. So what do we suggest? And we can see, and some of them have already been raised. There are several barriers today. One of many, and as you also pointed out earlier, information education is one step. There's still lots to be done there as well, though I would insist. We have things you also raised, that public procurement is such a small part of overall diets. Yes, but it also sets the norms, like the school milk scheme, which is a subsidy promoting children to drink and consume milk. That is just one example where it's not a small share of the cake, but it sets a norm, which is important. And there are several countries within EU who has a huge VAT gap or consumption tax, like in the Netherlands, where there was a vote a couple of weeks ago, where the animal-based products have a reduced VAT or tax, whereas plant-based options suffer much higher tax. So that is, of course, an entry point, both for businesses and for consumers, which is distorting the market, which we really would like to spotlight and which must be removed. So there are several other financial incentives. We mentioned already subsidies. So there needs to be an overview and a transparent overview of all those costs which are distorting the markets and hindering the shift taking place, which is also about having fair market access. And yes, of course, the promotion schemes that are in place, also financed by EU, they also need to, of course, point to plant-based options and the transition which need to take place. There are, as I mentioned already, we need to invest in R&D when it comes to food innovation and nutrition studies of the transformation, because there are lots of myths out there which needs to be removed. And of course, support farmers, like pointed out in the Farm to Fork strategy. There needs to be a transition, and it should be fair and inclusive. Absolutely. This is not about putting anybody outside of the system. We need to go and drive the transition, and it should be with businesses, with producers, with farmers, and with consumers. We are all part of the solution, but the system is actually locking us into an unsustainable situation. So yes, please adopt a target. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these strong words. And then the next speaker is Mr. Peter Hall from EIT, Food Deputy Head of Brussels Office, Senior Manager AU Programs of DIL. He's going to tell us what it means exactly, and the member of the IET Food Protein Diversification Think Tank. You have the floor, and welcome also to you here. We didn't have the opportunity to say hello properly. I will give you the...
I need one technology device, is this one, exactly. Okay. Yes, thank you for the invitation. I'm here today on behalf of the think tank for protein diversification of EIT Food. So I'm not from EIT Food, I'm from the German Institute of Food Technologies. But this think tank has put together a cumulative effort to, maybe here? Yeah. To work more or less 1 year on a policy brief on how to accelerate protein diversification. So I hope to bring some, let's say, real life practical recommendations to this audience, how to do it. We agree on the direction, but you also agree it's not fast enough. We are by far not where we should be, we would like to be, but how to do it. Yeah. And these are the members of this think tank, which are mostly almost dominantly academic, but there's some industry partner inside that. And we went out to the real world in structured interviews, asking for real world feedback from impactful stakeholders, meaning, for example, there were retailers around them, there were associations for primary producers, etc., etc. I'm also very looking forward for the second half of this event because we have one retailer with us, and I would like to congratulate you as putting the program together. I'm working for 10 years now on Horizon Europe projects. I've never seen a retailer in a project. Yeah. So make this point just as starting. Where are the triggers for making a change? A big part are the retailers, the Colruyts, the Waitroses, the Lidls of this world. And some of them had already started internally for themselves to set them goals. For example, 3 weeks ago, Lidl announced a self-setting goal to replace 30% of meat by plant-based analogs for the same price or lower. And just think about what is this an impact on all the structured horizontal and vertical value chains they have already under control. Yeah. But anyway, we found out, this is a citation, that if you look on the food system, where are the super triggers to go to better sustainability? And it is protein diversification. It's by far the most effective way to go to a more sustainable food system. In this policy brief, there have been, of course, quite some other chapters about Europe's leading role. I will not focus on these because I was asked to something different. But just to make some statements, we followed a system approach. there can be a lot of academics on that, and we know the system approach needs also systemic needs to be sustained by more research on that. But we are already on a system approach if we put together the actors which we have at hand in the food system, and this is not the norm. So yes, the policy point was covered by my colleagues before. I'm happy not to go into that. Improvement of the regulatory process, maybe that we are here on the same level. What you can see seems to be like an alternative protein called cell-based proteins, but there are regulatory hurdles as well. We do not question the regulatory system in Europe, but we would like to see to get it more faster, reliable, and more controllable. That's what we hear from market partner stakeholders, that they see not that. Yeah, and just to make an example for cell-based meat, you can see that investments are put around the world, all around Europe, even if they are geographically Europe, but they are in Switzerland or in UK. Yeah, and that's not a good sign. But anyway, yes, farmers are pivotal for protein diversification. We'll come back on that as well, but there's a full chapter on that. Policy support in going to market, what does it mean? Yeah, we need also some kind of trusted test environments where you can try to put something on the market on a controlled conditions without the full approval of everything. Just to make that point. We are in the food sectors in the situation that we are facing changes, and for changes you need training, and you need better training, and you need more people trained on that. Very simple. But now, I was asked to refer on needs for research, development, and innovation. Just by the headline, you can see it is research, development, and innovation. So it's not only research. And I'm coming back now to some solutions. A pretext for that is, we made a scanning on the research, public-funded European research programs, and we find out that less than 1% was done for alternative proteins. This is rather low. This is too low, okay? And we are asking, we are promoting to work on that and to do it in a structural way. I will come back to that again later on. But now, we focused the feedback on real partners, on real stakeholders out of the royalty along four chapters. The one is the value chain funding. And it is still that if we would like to promote, accelerate the protein transition, we need more volumes. We need more products, more in number, but also in the tonnage where they are done. And for that, we seek the classical producers or processors ready to step in with their facilities, with their equipment, but also with their needs for investment and technology funding. Yeah, just to make, if you're looking about meat analogs, there's a full industry equipped to produce sausages and schnitzels and what they are available. And you can do it on the plant-based, for example, plant-based way as well, but it needs more investment for that and more training. Yeah. We also see the need to, for the same purpose, to bring down production costs per unit, per whatever. Very simple, but if things get cheaper, it will be consumed more. Yeah. For that, we also see a clear need for processing technologies. Now I'm first focusing on all alternative proteins, not only in the plant-based, but the plant-based are most dominant by volumes, as they are already in quite some volumes available in our daily life. Yeah. Again, if we focus on the value chain, we need, we see a good potential to recalibrate the way we produce, process, and consume, coming lower to the regions. Meaning, if you look on systems like cities and their surrounding environment, or also their connection to other rural heartland areas, that could reduce transports costs and all the the energy cost we have there, but it needs to be done in the right way. If you do a really good life cycle assessment, sometimes you come to surprising outcomes which are not in line with your emotional feeling. So it has to be done in the right way. The second focus area was funding to enhance alternative proteins. Setting a goal is okay, but there must be products for that. Not but there also have to be products for that. And as we all know from our daily life, as human beings, taste, price, and convenience. That is what does convince us to take the right side of a shelf in a supermarket or the left side of a shelf. Yeah. And for that, a lot of this is the development. This is not research, this is development. A lot of this development needs to be done. Just to cite some processing technologies like fermentation, precision fermentation, solid state fermentation, extrusion, hard treatment, whatever. It sounds a bit boring, but it's totally important to go to higher volumes. And for here, we have a development and also an investment need. Yeah, the sensory challenges, this is again coming back to the taste. We can consume under taste, texture, taste, appearance, how it does look, how does it smell, etc., etc. There are already a lot of alternative protein products on the market, but there's clearly room for improvement, not only in terms of price. And what also was expressed, by the way, by a larger retailer, they would like to see more easy to follow recipes for the ones who are cooking at home. Yeah, we are all used to cook as our mothers and fathers did, but if we change to alternatives, we have to change the way of cooking and recipes as well. Number 3, primary production. Yeah, already said, there's a full chapter on that. We see a need for more volumes and new ways of crops. So there's there needs to be new crops to be developed, and this can be and should be linked also to the climate change, because in any way we need new crops, and for the protein diversification there needs to be a higher amount of proteins, but also climate change is affecting all of us, and this is the time to combine the two. And this gives, again, the farmer a very, very important role. 2 weeks ago, I had in another framing discussion with an association of farmers, and said, yes, we are already doing that. And then they said, okay, how large is your association? I said 300. And how many are now changing to alternative proteins? 3. Yeah. And how many decision points do you have to 2030? They said 6, because this year is already done. The next year we could change something. And then we have 6, and then we have 2030. Yeah. So this, yeah, it speaks for itself. Number 4, strategic funding partnerships. To come to a framework, we need a long-term strategic partnership working of stakeholders working together. And here in the first forehand, I see the European and the national public funders, but also there are companies willing to work together for the first time, to work out on strategies and also to invest. We have seen NGOs which are willing to invest in philanthropic foundations, which are willing to invest in this effort as well, not only working on a strategy, but also already setting up their own research agendas, but to work together on a long-term strategic partnership, which puts them all together. We haven't discussed in the think tank what is the best vehicle for doing so, but we should do so. So I'm hoping for follow-up on that a bit later on. Yes, 1050, I think that's it. If you're interested in the download in the policy brief, there's much more in it. Please have a look on it. It's also on the EIT Food website, and I thank for your attention, and I provide this device to the next one. Thank you.
But the next speaker is online. Well, thank you very much also for this great presentation, Peter Hall. And now we're going online. As I say, we go to Denmark. We got to Mr. Anders Christiansen from the Danish government, and he is head of division at the Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries. And he's going to talk us about a Danish national action plan for plant-based food. So great, you have the floor, and welcome here in this room also.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we do. Perfect.
Good. Thank you. Just a second. Thank you for inviting me for this very good discussion on the, you could say, a lead up to the EU protein strategy. I will tell you a little about the process and some of the content of the action plan that we just launched from the ministry in October. On 13th of October, we launched this action plan, which we have been working on last year, 1.5 years. And as as far as we know, this is the first action plan on plant-based food from a government in the world. So we're quite happy to share some of the insights of this action plan with you. So like I was introduced, I am heading a division where in the Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fishery in Denmark, where we work with these kind of strategies. I'll take you through some key figures. Secondly, I will take you through the background of the Danish action plan. Also tell a little about the content, the building up of the action plan, and some examples of initiatives. And finally, just a few words on a strategy for proteins, which we also work on. Just a second, just how is this working? I don't think I can take the next one. Just a second.
Can we do that? The next slide? Yeah. No, we can't. Okay.
No, it all needs to be done on the computer of the current speaker.
I thought that I could. That's not so good.
Maybe you can put it in screen mode, actually, if you press view
Yeah.
at the top.
Maybe I'll have some help. Can I put the application here?
If you try to press the arrow on the top, I think because it's a PDF, it's not a PowerPoint. Could that be the problem for you? So up. No, there.
Yeah.
Okay. Så skal jeg lige have lyden på igen. You can hear me?
Yes, we do. And there was the second slide. We also yes,
The second
key
slide.
figures.
Yeah, key figures. For this action plan, we had 2 research papers conducted. One was an analysis of the Danish plant-based sector, and also with case studies from the Netherlands, from Israel, and from Germany. And secondly, we had a market projection in Denmark and the closest markets. And from the latter, some of the points you can see here in the left side, that protein-rich plant-based food sector can expect a growth of between 4% and 11% annually until 2030. And they also found out that there's a steady increase in production of fruits and vegetables. They found that there is a 3% increase in the total Danish intake of plant-based protein towards 2030 and a 5% increase towards 2050. And since 2010, Danish sales of plant-based meat alternatives had been increasing by a tenfold, and sales of plant drinks has quadrupled. And exports on Danish plant-based foods has risen from 16% until up to 23% in 2022. And legumes also increased significantly. And I think that's part of what we stand on, this kind of prognosis, how the market would develop. And our analysis of the Danish plant-based sector, they interviewed 27 companies, and as you see in the right side of this slide, it's in Danish, I'm sorry, but they interviewed 40% small companies, 33% big companies, and 26% medium-sized. And then when you see what these companies, how they are based, it says that 51.9% they have an animal production, but also plant-based production, and 48% were purely plant-based. And just to go to the right lower side, it's mostly the bigger part of their production is based on peas, and in the middle you see vegetables and oat, and at the top the legumes. And this is how it looks in Danish, and I think in very short time we will have it in English too, and of course publish it on our website so you can read what's inside our plan, which is about 35 pages. Some of the background for our action plan is that we had in 2021 a very broad political agreement in Denmark, where nearly all parties of the Danish Parliament agreed to a broad agricultural agreement on green transition of Danish agriculture, and this agreement it contains around 50 different initiatives, and one of those is this action plan for plant-based foods. It's also settled that there should be a strategy for green proteins for consumption for animals and humans, and they also decided on a plant-based food grant. And as I just told you, 2 research papers were conducted, so as not say that again. We had a process with the engagement of around 30 stakeholders. It was from the agricultural associations, the Farmers Union, green NGOs, and so on, who took part. We had 3 workshops, and also we have got written proposals from the different stakeholders. And finally, which is also, I think, of great value, is that we look across the relevant Danish ministries. So we also have the climate ministry, the education ministry, finance ministry, and so on and so forth. The content, the building up of our action plan is like this. It represents the value chain, but we have shifted the sequence of the value chain. So we start out with the consumption issue. So that was from an idea that if we can create a demand for these plant-based products, then the other parts will follow, and then the farmers would like to produce what the consumers they will demand. So we'll take consumption first, then we have export and internalization, and that's of course also on the demand side, then production and processes, and then the good raw material base, and finally research, innovation and development. One of the big things in the agricultural agreement from 21, and also a major part of our action plan, is this plant-based food grant. It has 90 million euros for the period from 2023 until 2030 set aside for good projects in the plant-based sector. And it's everything from on the demand side, like I said, it's also it's promotion, it's the production, it's for processing, and also for research and development. In other words, it's for the development of the sector. And in the first round of applications, we got more projects for more than 27 million euros in the first round, despite we only had for the first round 7.8 million euros. And we are nearly about to send out answers to these applications at the end of this month. So from what Mr. Peter Hall said, that this food grant, it could also support projects where you can try different ways of going to the market. He talked about the policy support for going to the market, and this is one example of how it could be done. And on the right side here, you can see that also other countries and magazines, they are interested in our new plant-based grant fund, like Forbes is writing about this. So that's something coming up, and there's a lot of focus on it. On this slide, I will tell you a little about some examples of the initiatives. There are a lot of initiatives in the plan, and you can read about it when we soon get this English version out. Yes, there was this 90 million euros for the plant-based food grant. We also, under the Common Agricultural Policy, has distributed 77.5 million euros in the period 23 to 27 for an eco scheme on varied plant production to support the production at the farmers level. We have also allocated money for Innovation Center Denmark, that is centers outside Denmark where we interact with stakeholders in countries where it could be relevant to expand on plant-based foods. And we have also put aside some money for a private business consortium on biosolutions. That will also be a part of our protein strategy. Then we also, as a smaller thing, but still important, have allocated 0.68 million euros for commercial seaweed production. And finally, and it is a major part also in this action plan, we have focused on education as an example. 0.26 million euros is allocated for gastronomic education to help push chef training in greener direction, and that means also in the plant-based direction. And finally, this is my last slide. We are working, as I said, on a strategy for green proteins for animals and humans. It's not finalized yet, but we expect it to be finished at the end of the year. And we'll be looking into different types of proteins, the biorefining of grass, where you can refine the grass so that, for example, pigs and eventually human beings can eat the grass. And we also focus, I expect, on protein-rich crops as legumes. We also look at new innovative proteins like milk protein and insects, and also alternatives to imported soy for feed purposes. So it will focus on both feed and food. And as I said, we expect it to be launched later this year. So that was all from my side. So thank you for listening.
No, thank you very much, because it clearly shows that where is a will, is a way, and especially political will to do so. So now let's look at the European level. If we are going to have same strategies possible in the future, also in Europe, like we saw in Denmark. And therefore, I give the floor to Mr. Koen Dillon. He's from the European Commission, and he's head of unit of DG Arable Crops and Olive Oil. It's time sometimes to stop to speak English for me. But yes, and just to say, I wanted to inform you that we have in the room more than 40 persons and online more than 30 persons. So just to say that, because I always see the perspective that they show from the room, it doesn't reflect the reality. So I just wanted to point that out. But now you have the floor. Please, Mr. Koen Dillon, also for 10 minutes, please.
Oh, thank you very much for having us here today. First of all, to listen and then to have this discussion and these insights from all the experts that we already heard and afterwards, but also to have the opportunity to talk a little bit what we are doing within the Commission regarding the plant protein policies. And indeed, what we are doing is a review of EU plant proteins, because I think that's important. Things have been done, and we already had a first exercise in 2018 as well with a report to the Parliament and Council. But that had a very specific focus. And I think, and I will detail that a bit later, going from this very specific focus that we had in 2018 on high protein crops, on soybeans, on import dependencies, what we're trying to do now is open much more the box and engage in this systems thinking. Because if we think about 2018, it's almost like it was another world. We didn't have the Green Deal, we didn't have the Farm to Fork, we didn't have COVID, we didn't have the Russian aggression in the Ukraine. So it's a completely different narrative and situation that we're in today. So when we started again thinking, okay, what can we do on the protein side? There is still the angle, and if you look at the food security communication of 2022, there is still the angle of import dependency, and also that we have heard before. This is still an important angle, but even in this paper on food security, it already says that looking at our plant protein is part of a transition of the food system. So already there, in the context of food security, this wider view was opened. So that's also when we started then thinking about what shall we now do for the next exercise on plant proteins. We really wanted to go one step further. Because if you want to, even if you start from the idea of import dependency, it's just kind of an effect. What really matters is how do we produce and how do we consume proteins in the EU. And if you look at that, at the whole spectrum, in any case, you will touch the import, because the trade is probably a bit of an effect of what we do in the EU. And then additionally, let me take my thing, we also realized that even closer to the policy file, so even if we make abstention from the abstract thinking, there's a lot of policy files that actually directly or indirectly have to do with what we do on our protein side. Because I already highlighted the dependency debate, but there's also the link with the imported deforestation, where now we have a deforestation regulation that should soon come in place. There is the food security. Those are probably the most straightforward. But then also, as we heard from the speakers before, there's much more which is actually in this interlinkages on how we consume and produce our proteins, which is the greenhouse gas emissions, because we have the link with animals. How do we feed our animals, but also our own diet? And we heard that. What do we eat and what's the impact on the climate? We have the whole nitrogen policy. I call it here the nitrogen leakage. But again, what we do on producing proteins, consuming proteins, has a direct effect. And then we had this specific policy file on the fertilizer crisis, when fertilizer prices really increased after the Russian aggression in the Ukraine. We had the energy crisis, and again, you had here the idea of, okay, is there something that plant proteins, leguminous, and other ways we recycle protein can actually help in this crisis as well. So there's a lot of policy files. So that's indeed in the work that, the angle that we've been taking in the work so far. So we tried to work on 3 big pillars, let's say. And I'll run through quickly, but the green elements is really where we try to advance from the earlier discussion on the protein. So if I look at the first, it's still the supply side. And it's even a bit misleading what I have here, because it says more protein crops in the EU. But with protein crops, our definition is much wider, because even if we look at the protein we produce in Europe, plant-based protein, actually 42% of that comes from grass and from roughage. So we really think we have to take in the full production of protein and not only the specific high protein crops. So then, of course, what remains important, and we heard that before, is to look at the economic profitability of all these value chains, novel value chains, existing value chains, to make sure that producing protein crops, producing other novel products is an economically profitable choice for the farmer, but also further in the supply chain. But then we also wanted to make sure that we embrace the environmental and climate benefits of some of these plant proteins and some of the ways we produce our proteins. So that's what we have been looking at and that angle, the more traditional angle, let's say, how can we produce more protein, plant protein on our side? But then we felt we cannot lose sight of the other elements, which is demand, first of all, where we want to look more on the feed demand, because that's always the first debate that comes up. Okay, we feed our animals. A large share of the proteins we produce goes to the animal. And I think that's really what we have to look at. And it's not only the increase of the use of domestic feed. We heard that before. That's one of the strategies that could be in a certain situation be profitable. And we come already back to the supply. You have to have the supply chain, could be profitable, could be good. But we also think that we really had to understand much better the way we produce livestock. Here it's stated as a herd composition, because all these things we talk about, being nitrates, climate, the type of feed, etc., it doesn't exist a single livestock production system. If we look at the different species, it's completely different on which proteins they use. If we look at the way the livestock is produced, extensive, intensive, it's completely different, the impact that the protein intake and then also the efficiency of the system, etc. So we really wanted to make that distinction, and then also dig much deeper than before on the circular role of livestock. Looking also, again, I come to the supply side as well, on what can we do with co-products and waste products, and how can we make sure that some of the things are recycled. Another new dimension we wanted to look at, and I also heard that before, is to better understand on the food demand. As was highlighted before, the Commission has already said in several communications that we have to increase the share of plant-based food. And again, we wanted to understand, okay, what is really driving, and some of the colleagues before have very clearly described those drivers and the environment that define the food demand. But again, this is a very important part of having a real impact on the system. And then we also wanted to look at some new alternative sources of protein that are being developed. This can be from relatively traditional, plant-based, but we also wanted to see in all these new products that come up, we wanted to at least better understand them. What is the potential of algae? What is the potential of insects? Those are things that are already on the market, but we also have new technologies. What do we know about them? Are the promises that some of them make realistic? So we really dug into that as well. But functioning around these three pillars, somehow it gave us the structure for how we wanted to frame our thinking. But even when I was presenting it, you see that all these things are interlinked. You cannot talk about the supply without talking about the demand, because you cannot supply if there is no demand. So that's probably one of the most important things that we want to bring forward, that it's a whole system. All these things have to work together. And with the concept of proteins, with the concept of how we produce and consume proteins, we can make improvements on all these sides. It's probably not the panacea. It will not solve all the problems. But we think that there's a very positive story if we can work on how the way we produce and consume proteins. So that's the process that we have been going through. Sorry, wrong button. So this is what we have been doing, where we are, and what you can expect, hopefully. So we took our time, because as you see, it's a complex system, and we really wanted to get the facts right, the science right, the discussion and the scope right. So we started, let's say, beginning of the year, and we had a first workshop with stakeholders and member states in June to discuss facts. We have, for that occasion, prepared a number of internal fact sheets, which really dug into all these different aspects, and we discussed them with member states and with stakeholders to see, do we get the facts right? Do we understand what your concerns are? Then we have continued working, and actually today, you see, 16th of November, we have a workshop again with member states and stakeholders, which by now has finished, but this morning I was there, I opened the workshop, we again spoke about And we structured the workshop again around these 3 pillars. There were sessions on supply, sessions on feed, and sessions on food demand. So that's what we have been discussing today, to again see, okay, now we have analyzed the facts, we have come to the opportunities, the challenges. Are we right? Do you see other issues at the table? And that's what we have been discussing today. And then indeed, the idea is to present or adopt, as we would then say from the Commission language, our report in Q1 2024. That's the plan. So I'll almost close. I just wanted to say that under all this, there's a lot of parallel initiatives that will feed in. You see your own European Parliament own initiative report. I know that there's opinions on what is in there, but it's an input. We have done our own study with a contractor on feed ratios, feed compositions, what can be done there. And then we have worked with also on a survey. Here is a bit hidden what is really behind, but we have done a survey with a lot of stakeholders across the chain to also understand, especially on the food side, what are the barriers for alternative proteins, what are the opportunities, what are the attributes we need to have a success in the food system. So that's what we are working on. I cannot yet say too much about what we will really propose or put on the table, but we really think, we take the broad scope this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you were very good on the time managing. Bravo. So now we have some time to have some questions. We still have like 10 minutes delay of the foreseen program, 10-15 minutes. But if you have a question, please come directly to the question and also to whom you would like to ask it. Maybe that we work in an efficient way, but don't hesitate to come with questions. Who is going to start? Who has a question to our excellent experts here around the table? Don't hesitate and don't be shy. Yeah. As I used to say as a teacher, there is no stupid question, and there is one. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Rafael Pinto with the European Vegetarian Union. My question is for Mr. Cohen-Dillon on the protein strategy. You talked about measures on the demand for feed, but are measures being analyzed on the demand for food, and what measures would that be? And also, we've talked about here about the necessity of having targets for the consumption of plant-based protein and for the reduction of animal-based protein. Is that something that the protein strategy could propose or is being studied as well?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, thanks for the question. As I said, it's a bit difficult at this stage to really say this will be in, this will not be in, because we still have a whole process to go. But yes, food and what we should do on the diet will be raised there. It will be raised on what we have seen in the past, which is the situation we're in the balance of plant-based and animal-based protein. And then we'll talk about the factors that drive food demand and what is at play. But I don't think, and we also saw that there's a single policy response to that. So what we try to do in the report that we're writing is to highlight these challenges, point to where probably a policy has to look at things, to then see that we create a policy environment that also looks at this food demand. But I cannot yet now say, okay, it will look like this, it will look like this. There's a whole political system behind that as well. But I think what will really be a difference is that we put this already on the table, that we talk about this complex and we talk about the importance of diets as well in this picture.
Okay, thank you. Another question? Yes, please present yourself and also from which association, NGO you are from, please.
All right, yeah, my name is Tim Rijssel. I'm a plant-based treaty campaigner under the organization of Animal Safe Movement. My question was, I think, Peter, you mentioned it about all the lab-grown meat and cultivated meat companies going out of Europe, and if they still invest in Europe, is UK and Switzerland because of there's they don't fall under EU regulation. Well, Italy has been quite of a challenge in fostering cultivated meat production, and I think now most recently Romania has also again put on additional hurdles. What could be done to prevent this? Because right now most of the investments are really not yeah, looking bright at all. I just came from a conference in Rai Amsterdam on specifically on cultivating meat companies, and they were all very, very negative at this point in time.
So it was a question for Dr. Springman, right? Yes, because he talked about.
Yeah, well, anybody like what could be done at the EU level to really stop this member states from inhibiting this alternative protein getting marketable?
Who wants to react? Yes, I mean, what we try to say that I think we need to show by studies also the impact on human health, on the environment, etc. So all these critics that are formulated and how they are handled, because also in the cultivated meat there is an evolution. At the beginning there was a need of serum and so on, and neofetal serum to be used. That is not the case anymore. So I think it's a lot about informing the people, and also again saying that there is nothing taking away for those who like traditional meat, but that we have to react because we see that it is now stable, the consumption, but if we look at worldwide, the consumption is going to increase. So, and it's very clear, and it was shown by all the experts around the table, that we have to do something in order to achieve our climate targets. And for me, we should, and for us Greens, or for some of the Greens at least, it is clear that we should not close this door and go on research in going into that direction. I don't know if I really responded to you. Maybe Francisco, you want to add something? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I can make some points here. It's not my field of expertise, but as we are a think tank, I have to rely, and I do, on my colleagues. And one really important country in EIT food is Israel. And they attracted a couple of hundreds of millions of investment in cell-based meat. They did, yeah. And the question is why? And as far as I can put it out of my low-level knowledge on here, it's again on streamlining processes for regulatory approvals, yeah. And this does also include, as I understood, there was one good case in the Netherlands where in a legally framed environment you could produce and test consume some kind of alternative proteins without going for a full approval. And as you said, this is a moving target, a moving area. But the good thing is there is a lot of non-public funding already here. So if we have one of these rare cases, really we should think about how to make the frame conditions alike, that we at least as attractive as Singapore or the US or Israel. Yeah, I can't give you a detailed answer, but I think this is a good opportunity to think about.
If you could just close your mic, then I can give the floor to that. Thank you very much. To the lady over there, also presenting yourself. Thank you.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Anna Hanschow, on Guerreiro, Food Fermentation Europe. It is also a member of the EIT Food Diversification Think Tank. And it's exactly as a colleague said. In Europe, the way to the market is about 3 years. As a startup, you need to be happy to survive that time. So these European companies are forced to launch in the US or in Singapore. So we lose the investments to the other continents. So I'm representing one of these startups also. So you can say, well, it's about 3 years. And alone for the studies, the estimate which you need for EFSA, for the approval process, is about 300,000 euros. Only the studies. So just to say how easy it is to get to the market or anywhere close to. So the regulatory situation in Europe is the major hurdle. And it's not saying that exactly what Peter is saying. It's not that everyone is advocating make it weaker. It's great that we have that quality, but we need to make it far more efficient. And now we take, for instance, this is a little bit of a detail, but just alone in the so-called validation phase, it takes around 9 months average in reality. On paper, it should be 1 month.
Does the Commission want to react? Or?
I'm happy to say something. Of course, the practical organization is not with us in Agri, but I think indeed, I think that we also have to be proud what we do in Europe. And then I listen, we have to make it more efficient and there's delays, etc. And that we should probably solve. And again, that's the colleagues in Sante and how to solve that. But when I hear that we should be the Singapore, we should be the US, I'm not sure I agree with that. If you look at some of these products in the US, you can just put them on the market without approval. And then it's a liability case. Only when we start seeing negative things, oh, wait, I'm not sure that that's the approach we want for citizens in Europe. So that we have a good system, I think it's good, but then it has to go quicker, it has to be more efficient, etc. But I'm a bit opposed to the idea we should be the Singapore or we should be Israel or something like that. And then also, again, in principle, very much agree, but I think we also just need a lot of additional data and knowledge on some of these technology, as you said. Just to talk about the cellular meat as an example, again, I'm taking it up because it was here. As far as I know, and I'm happy to be corrected, we have not had a single submission for the moment yet to EFSA because it's difficult. There's, if I understand, one pre-submission check, but there's also a lot of anxiety before actually starting the process. So it's, I think there's also just still a lot we need to know about some of these technologies.
So a very last question, and then we go to deserved coffee pause. Yes, please, but you have the
Yes,
question.
Thank you very much. I'm Madeleine from Slow Food. Thank you very much for the presentations. They were very, very interesting. I have a question for Mr. Broekhaar. In the modeling that IDRI has been doing on agroecology, I was wondering what are the alternatives to meat that you actually foresee an increase in? Because today we heard a lot about cellular meat alternatives, also making the link with NGTs, new GMOs. We didn't hear a lot about legumes and beans, which for slow food, we think are very important, both to boost production and consumption. So I was wondering in your research, what does a plant-rich diet look like? And if I may, just a second remark more generally, we also believe that we believe in innovation, but not innovation at any cost without any regulation. And today we have a Commission proposal on new genomic techniques, which is removing safety assessments and labeling for consumers. And this is certainly not the direction that we would like to see the protein strategy go in as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So yeah, indeed, IDRI has worked on scenarios of agroecological transition. And when there is agroecological in the title, I think it's pretty clear that we work way more on plant-based shifts than other types of alternative proteins, which does not mean that we think they are not suitable. It's just that it's our field of expertise, and also in terms of agronomic science, it makes much more sense to keep, and also to make sure that I made myself clear earlier when I said that livestock was a problem. It is a problem in the sense that now our current levels of consumption and production are unsustainable. But there is a space for livestock in a scenario for a sustainable agri-food system, because including for circularity issues, which have been mentioned, at the farm level, at the regional level. So we need to make sure that there is a space for livestock, but there is a space also for leguminous crops, which have to be increased dramatically if we have to attain our objectives in terms of climate and biodiversity preservation. And so we are working way more on plant-based diets and how to make sure that we kind of find a new balance between proteins from animal origin and proteins from plant proteins. There will be a space also for other types of alternative proteins, but this is, I think, will remain marginal in a sense in the years to come, because there is a lot of hurdles that have been mentioned by many people here in terms of regulatory issues, but also in terms of development and research that needs to be done. So we think that in the short term, what we need to focus on is really promoting leguminous crops And on the other hand, on the demand side, also making sure plant-based diets are more frequent.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you very much to these excellent high-level speakers, experts that we had. And now we jump quickly for a short coffee break and also we speak a lot about food, catch something to eat, I think we can also do. And then really come in again. So yeah, really 5 minutes coffee pause. Christine, you want to add something quickly?
Just to say that, of course, the food is all vegan.
But I hope so. Okay, so see you in 5 minutes.
So if anyone is outside, please come in so we can restart the event. I'll give 30 seconds more. Just to know that I'm very strict with the time. I'm not, it's not very Portuguese, I would say, but well. Sure. So he arrives with the water and we start. Ah, the time, lovely. It's better drawing than me, for sure.
We had some papers here.
It's there. It's there. It's there. It's the paper.
Perfect.
So, no, I'll make the time. Yeah, you'll see the time. So thank you again for coming. I hope that a small break brought some good taste. The food was vegan. Once I had a fair trade event, and they said that I had a vegan option. And when I tasted the bar, I looked at the bar, and it said it only contains 3 insects. So, but it was not plant-based, obviously. But this one is 100% plant-based. So let's jump in to the debates, and so we'll start with a market perspective. I want to welcome Mrs. Núria Moreno, Secretary General for the European Vegetable Protein Association, EU-VPRO. Please, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the members Guerreiro and Metz, Eickhout and Spurek for hosting this event today. Indeed, my name is Núria. I represent EU-VPRO, the European Vegetable Protein Association. And in the next 10 minutes, exactly timed, I will talk about the role of plant-based proteins in food, how plant-based proteins are developing on the European markets, and of course, some perspectives on the upcoming protein strategy that we have already discussed also in the first panel. I do need a clicker, sorry. Thanks. I do not see the slides yet.
Sorry, the slides for the first speaker. It's okay. Ah, it's you.
She's doing everything.
Sorry.
No problem. Yes, there we are. Thank you. So I go to the next one. If it works. No, it's a PDF as well. Perhaps.
Here, if we can have like a help here technically.
Yeah, okay, great. So now properly introducing EU-VPRO. So who are we? We are the association representing the interest of producers of plant-based proteins for human consumption. And we represent plant-based proteins from various sources. Our members basically transform the protein crops and cereals into high-quality protein ingredients that go into all sorts of food applications. Our vision is to strive for high-quality plant-based proteins being recognized as food ingredients leading to healthy people and healthy planets. And in the day-to-day, we focus on the development of a fair regulatory environment for plant-based proteins in the EU. So what is the role of plant-based proteins in food? I thought it would be good to just start at the basis. Of course, an important amount of protein we consume originates from a variety of plant sources. I've put, of course, here to illustrate. And food is also one of the most promising market segments in the EU for the plant proteins. So they play an increasing role in our diets because also changing dietary habits for several reasons, of course, that are more focused on plant-based foods. And our sector is also really rooted into agriculture because these plant proteins are sourced from agricultural crops grown mainly in Europe. Also, plant proteins are often combined into foods for optimal nutrition and a balanced diet. And it's interesting to see also that consumer studies indicate that the acceptance rate of plant proteins is very high, so meaning that consumers are very familiar with plant-based proteins. And this is important because it can help also the transition to more sustainable diets, as it's already recognized in the farm to fork policy, for example. Looking at, where do we find plant proteins? Well, we like to say that plant proteins are in the foods that we consume every day or almost every day. Consumer research from that we commissioned as UVPRO shows the top 4 categories that you see here for food containing plant-based proteins. So they're commonly found in bakery and cereal products, especially bread and bread products. Also ready meals like sandwiches, pizzas, noodles, etc. Sports nutrition is an interesting category. That's really where we see a lot of growth, where plant-based proteins are used. So in sports bars, sports powders, ready to drink, sports drinks, etc. And lastly, the category of so-called meat, fish, and eggs, but that also contains a subcategory of meat and fish alternatives. And there also we see a big increase in products that are launched on the markets in Europe containing plant-based proteins, especially the last category of subcategory of meat alternatives is very much growing. Now, some complicated graphs. I won't bore you too much. It's just 2 slides with that. But just to show the different plant protein types on the European market and how the trend has been going. We have data for a number of years that dates back to 2007. And it shows that the use of plant-based proteins in foods and beverages that were launched on the European markets over these years has been diversifying a lot. You see, especially on the right side, the compound annual growth rate for these protein types with very high numbers for pea and rice, for example. So these are really booming. Whereas, for example, wheat and soy have already been more established, more steady on the market. So hence the growth is less exponential. But it shows really the diversification, and there is a group of other that contains all sorts of other plant-based proteins and cereals. Another aspect of looking at this is also their market penetration. Again, you see on the left wheat and soy being more the established plant-based proteins, the one that we find more commonly every year in the foods launched across the EU and UK. I must say this data includes the UK. More emergent type of proteins are potato and other types of pulses and cereals. Pea, as you see from the size of the circle, is also quite a large one, but also still continues to grow. So a very one that we would call on trend. And what we call on the watch list are, for example, rice proteins were really rapidly growing. So a lot of more products are launched every year across different types of foods in the market. So we really see how the market is developing, so showing the potential for growth. Now, how does it look from the consumer side? Also a little bit. I wanted to highlight here the top 5 countries based on 2020 data that have most new product launches containing plant-based proteins on the market. Again, it includes UK, France, Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands. Not pictured here, but also I think interesting to mention, the fastest growing countries are Estonia, Greece, the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Bulgaria. They really have growth numbers between 25 and even up to 80% of new products being launched in the market. So it really shows that there's a lot of potential and innovation in those markets. Talking about innovation, some figures on investment. Globally, last year, 2.7 billion were invested to develop sustainable proteins. We don't have the exact figures for plant-based, unfortunately. And in Europe, that amounts to 284 million, according to data from the Good Food Institute. And what do consumers now look for when they want to buy foods and beverages containing plant proteins? It's been mentioned already in the previous panel, but price remains a key factor determining whether consumers will buy in the supermarket the products. Consumers also want to diversify more their diets, and that shows also the consumption trends into changing diets, flexitarians, etc. They also look more at the health aspects and the nutritional profile of the foods they eat. Taste and texture also, that remains key. Otherwise, they will not buy the food again, basically. It's as simple as that. And environmental aspects and the sustainability as well. It's been mentioned before. I think it's pretty evident that plant-based proteins play a key role in the move to sustainable food systems, and people's buying behaviors are also influenced by that. Now, looking at production, so the crops, basically the raw materials that our sector used to process in Europe. I have here some data that is focused on so the legumes and pulses. The 10 main producing countries you can see here, with Italy leading last year, for example, with soya production, and second France, which has more pea production. So this doesn't cover other protein crops and cereals like wheat and rice, but it gives a perspective on the production across Europe, and also what each country specializes in. So 2.5 million hectares of these crops combined, with a harvest of 6 million tons. That was last year. This is actually my last slide. So, of course, a lot have been said already previously on a protein strategy, a protein plan. I just wanted to emphasize here again that we need a system approach. Our role in the value chain, and the protein value chain, is bringing the proteins, making them accessible as ingredients in the foods. So we need a whole value chain approach, one that focuses also on the role of processing and in scaling that up, in innovating. And underpinning all of this is a strong regulatory framework. We heard about delays with market access, etc. So it's been addressed already. We hope that the Commission review of the protein policy will take these elements into account. And with that, we align with the rest of the speakers as well. So, brief overview. Thanks so much for your attention, and happy to discuss with the panel later. Thanks.
So thanks a lot. We'll jump right into the presentation of Mr. Leopold Rittler from Donai Soja, Head of Research and Investment and Member Relations. If I pronounce it correctly, the name and the title.
Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Leopold Rittler. I'm Head of Research and Innovation in Donau Soja, and it's a very pleasure to join this debate today. I want to start with a brief background about Donau Soja. We are a non-profit organization, a European organization with offices in Central and Eastern Europe. We work together with farmers, processors, the food and feed industry, with retailers, researchers, and NGOs. Our joint vision is a sustainable, safe, and European protein supply. And now I come already to my main message actually for the protein strategy, ladies and gentlemen. It's that it should not be only a protein crop strategy. It should be a strategy that includes also how we use protein. And this is really important because it matters the most. And Wendell Berry puts it very on the point, I think. How we eat determines to a considerable extent how the world is used. So in my presentation today, I want to give some ideas why we think this is important. Much of it has been said already today. And I want to share some practical experience from our work in the soy industry. So you probably know Europe is very good in producing carbohydrate-rich crops. Cereals, mostly used as feed, are complemented with cheap soy protein imports, and this allows us to have animal protein-rich diets. We all know these are in excess to general health recommendations. We have heard this before. And most of it is also linked to environmental problems here in Europe, but also in the exporting countries. Many of you know that the European Commission calls for a European clean energy transition. But I think it's now also time for a protein transition. We in Donau have tackled this issue already in 2018 and advocated in a 5-pillar strategy to approach this topic. And in the next minute, I want to introduce to you how we have proposed in 2018, together with our members from the food and feed industry, this strategy. First, we can already today make our imports more sustainable and responsible. Certification schemes are there, and we can already start with that today. Second, increasing grain legume production to deliver protein crops here in Europe. There's a variety and it's possible already. Thirdly, we can use our existing protein sources, grasslands, more efficiently. Legumes can help us with that, but there are also new sources of protein that we can also, should also take into consideration. Fourth, increasing the efficiency in feeding. We should not, if you're already feeding protein to animals, we should do it in the most efficient way and not lose anything on the process. And fifth, of course, most and the biggest leverage is healthy and more sustainable diets. There's a clear effect from if such a comprehensive strategy is implemented. We will need much less area here in Europe and abroad to produce feed crops. And this will be helpful in several ways. First, our supply chains will become more resilient. Basically, the total soy demand will also go down. And secondly, food security will be improved. We can tackle nitrogen cycle problems, tackle excessive nitrogen emissions, and our cropping systems with the help of legumes will become also more sustainable. So, in short, a comprehensive protein strategy will help us to contribute to the goals of the farm to fork and biodiversity strategies in a really considerable way. So now I want to move with and share with you some insights we gathered in our 10 years of work on the European soybean sector. So you have probably know that, I said before already, cereals and carbohydrate-rich crops grow very well here, but this is also accounting for soy. You find in many places in Europe excellent soybean yields, showing that this crop can grow actually very well here. The European Union soy harvest is for this year estimated with 3 million tons. This is a record yield, but this is still just less than 10% of what we actually need here in Europe. At the same time, we have neighbors in Europe, Ukraine and Serbia, net soy exporters, and we think that European Union neighborhood policy can actually also go hand in hand with a protein strategy. So think about the role these countries already play in supporting soy in our supply chains. We as Donau are working in supporting these countries in adopting farming practices, management practices as they are the rules in the European Union. So we create and contribute to a level playing field. And the Protein Partnerships is a program where downstream partners like retailers invest into upscaling such certified volumes. Programs, premium products are important to generate a lot of competitiveness for soy products, and I want to remind that side streams are also important. I move a little bit forward with the presentation and want to come to concrete suggestions. Protein balance sheets would be important tools in our mind to address on one hand also the effect of policies if we include food and feed. So we would recommend to use protein balances as reference point to measure the effects of policies. Secondly, the development of plant-based proteins is hampered in our way because we don't know which crop species, which qualities and quantities are needed in future. We would support dedicated research in this respect. My conclusion, we advocate for a more integrated policies that take food choices and cultivation into consideration. And with this, I want to end my presentation and thank for the Austrian Development Agency for supporting our work and the European Commission for funding legume-related research projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we just jump for the next segment. So we're talking about consumer perspective, and I invite Mrs. Irina Popescu from the food. She's a food policy officer from BEUC, so the European Consumer Organization.
Thanks a lot for having us. So I represent BEUC, we're the European Consumer Organization, and we're an umbrella group for 45 independent consumer organizations. We represent their issues and concerns at EU level, and we work on a range of topics such as digital, energy, but of course also on food. Here on this slide, you can see all of our members from various countries, so you might recognize your own countries in there. And we regularly survey consumers on different topics, and we have published a large survey in 2020 to assess consumer attitudes towards sustainable food and what they understand under sustainable food. We have found that over half of consumers say that sustainability concerns have some influence or a large influence on their eating habits. We have also found that 2/3 of consumers say that they're open to changing their dietary behavior for environmental reasons, and that slightly over 40% of consumers also say that they have already changed their dietary behaviors, so they have stopped eating red meat or have cut down due to environmental concerns. Of course, this is still not necessarily in line with healthy eating patterns, and the consumption still remains too high. I'll talk about this later on a bit more. And also 1/3 of consumers would support regulations that oblige farmers and also food producers to meet stricter sustainability requirements. And over 50% also agree that farmers should receive incentives to do so. We have, of course, also looked into what the main barriers are to sustainable eating. And yeah, as we heard before, of course, lack of knowledge is a barrier, and lack of knowledge on what is sustainable and what is not. Also limited availability in terms of healthy and sustainable options, and also the fact that these are often more expensive. So obviously price is also a big issue. Altogether, what our survey has shown is that focusing on consumer choice and individual responsibility alone will not be sufficient to bring about the changes that we need to see in food habits. And yeah, at the same time, we have seen that consumers seem to have little appetite for insects or lab-grown meat, for example, but that they're open to plant-based options, such as plant-based meat and dairy alternatives, but also to more traditional plant-based options, such as pulses. We have heard earlier today, oh, this is actually a GIF that was supposed to be moving, but you can imagine this is a food environment that you can see that's not very favorable, and the GIF was moving into a more favorable one. But you can find these on our websites and on our social media. We have heard earlier today that scientific evidence is clear that in order to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and a rise in greenhouse gas emissions, that we need to drastically change the way we consume and produce food. We also know that current European diets are not actually in line with healthy eating habits. So we know that the European Commission has said that meat consumption is 2 to 4 times higher than it should be in the EU. And also we know that overweight and obesity rates are reaching epidemic proportions in Europe. So for this reason, several official bodies and also national dietary guidelines have been adapted to include a shift towards diets that are richer in fruit, vegetables, pulses, whole grains, and also diets with less and better meat and dairy products. So what does this mean? Less meat, although not defined and quantified necessarily, means that there's a significant reduction that needs to happen in order to achieve the food system outcomes that we want, which is that it should contribute to long-term food security, that we need to use agricultural land for food for humans rather than feed, and also reduce the overall environmental footprint of our food systems. In terms of better meat, this can be improved environmental sustainability of meat and dairy production, improved animal welfare, and also a better health and nutrition outcome for consumers. Unfortunately, it is not easy for consumers to navigate food environments at the moment. It's despite the common narrative that tends to blame consumers for making the wrong consumer choices. It is actually food environments that influence consumer choices a lot. I think Charlie already unfortunately mentioned a lot of the points that I love to make about food environments. Food environments, we understand the factors that influence consumer food choices. So they range from marketing, advertising, to promotional offers, availability of food, price, of course, but also, for example, the spatial layout in the supermarkets. So we know that even with the best available information and with the best intentions, food environments currently push consumers towards less healthy and less sustainable options, because also they are the widely available and often the more affordable one as well. On the left, I've shown you some examples of food environments. On the left side are what we would consider unfavorable food environments that push consumers towards foods that we need to consume less of. So foods such as processed foods in general, high fat, sugar, salt content products, and red and processed meat. And on the right side, you can see a food environment that enables consumers to make better food choices. That's multi-buy ad for pulses and a restaurant offering a plant-based dish at the same price as the meat and dairy one. One thing that is often mentioned and we hear a lot about is food labeling, and we've already heard about it earlier today. That labeling, of course, is one of the entry points into actions that can be done on food environments. But of course, labeling allows better informed choices by consumers, and it can also incentivize companies to make their products better. And we have always called for an improved consumer information in terms of nutritional value, in terms of method of production, animal welfare, for example, and also environmental impacts. And we have been always calling out misleading claims such as nutrition or environmental claims. But we would also like to highlight that scientific evidence increasingly shows that only focusing on consumer information and labeling is insufficient, as we have heard earlier today, because of exactly these factors that I've outlined about food environments, that really a lot of different factors that shape consumer food choice. So while we think it's important to improve labeling, of course, we know that this is not the silver bullet, and it's one of the policy tools that can be used. We have recently joined forces with the European Public Health Alliance and Eurogroup for Animals. They're also two Brussels-based organizations to ensure that the role of food environments is recognized in food policies. And we've been calling for a framework for sustainable food systems that enables these concrete policy measures to tackle food environments. And specifically, we would like the healthy and sustainable choice to be the most affordable one and the widely available and attractive one, which also means that it's the most marketed one. The sustainable and healthy choice should be easy when eating out and the default choice for public procurement. And in general, food must become healthier and more sustainable by design. We have also published a report called The Illusion of Choice in June, that really illustrates the concept of food environments and shows that consumer food choices do not happen in a vacuum, but that they're influenced by multiple factors. This report also shows that we need to actively reshape food environments. So we need to address the availability, the affordability, and desirability of healthy and sustainable foods. So I would like to close by saying that there's plenty of measures in the middle of the food chain that can be taken, also by governments that can be taken to make the healthy and sustainable choice the easy one for consumers. And we would also like to call on the European Commission to deliver on the promise of fair, sustainable, and environmentally friendly food systems. Thank you.
The mic. So we are really hoping for the proposal of the Commission on sustainable food system. That was a promise that was not delivered. So I think we also share that feeling of not hopelessness. My God, my English. But well, let's see if at least the message is passed that we really need this overview and this proposal. So I'll just go to the retail perspective, and I'll invite Mrs. Karim van Oost from IKEA, Global Deployment Leader on Food, if I'm correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the clicker? Yeah, now it is. I encourage you to clap halfway as well if you feel like it. Thank you, thank you. So my name is Karin van Oost and I work for IKEA Foods. I was invited here today to talk a bit about our journey towards a more sustainable food offer. The IKEA vision is to create a better everyday life for the many people, and that goes for food as well. Food is amongst the strongest contributors to a low price, healthy and sustainable living. Food at IKEA serves millions of guests around the world, and almost 25% comes to IKEA for the food alone. Food has always been important for IKEA, as our founder Ingvar Kamprad said, noticing the people were leaving the first store he opened because they were hungry. You cannot do business on an empty stomach. That's how the first restaurant was opened. Food in IKEA is not just the best sofa seller there is, it's also a business. So we are contributing with 6% to the total IKEA revenue. Click. No click. Right side. Perfect, there we are. So I'm sharing some numbers as well. Last year we sold 14 million veggie hot dogs, which is the vegetable variant of our meat hot dog. 590 million guests we have been serving last year in over 450 stores in 62 countries. We have sold 1 billion meatballs this year, and also increasing the plant-based share of that. So 1 in 8 eatable dishes that we serve is plant-based today. We've been also contributing or putting systems in place in our stores to reduce food waste, and with that improve our overall climate footprint of the food. The number you see here comes down to 22 million meals being saved from wasted. So what is IKEA known for? Meatballs, hot dogs, soft serve ice cream. Over the years, we have been introducing plant-based alternatives to these options as well. So since 2016, we are having our veggie dog on the menu, which is a vegetable-based sausage you can get in the bistro. And since earlier this year, we also launched the plant dog, which is the plant-based option with a similar taste profile as the meat and the snap from the regular hot dog that we love so much. In 2018, we introduced the plant balls, which are, my God, all the balls. Clap. So the plant balls is probably our most successful product in our range, which you can also get in the Swedish food market, where you can take them home and enjoy them at home. What we've heard before as well is providing our consumers recipes how to best prepare these products. I think that's an important aspect we support with as well. And the latest fresh from the production line is our wheat-based nuggets that especially our mini consumers love a lot. We have rolled out a range of plant-based products over the years, and sales have been quite successful. And since October last year, we have taken a conscious decision to put our plant-based alternatives at the same or a lower price level than our meat products. This is not, obviously, this is not reflecting the cost that these products have, but it's we want to give our customers a viable option to choose for a more sustainable lifestyle. So we actually putting sustainability and health planet above of our profits. So what are we trying to do and what are our targets? We are a business and we need to bring costs down and drive sales. And everything that we design or improve our products to follow our democratic design principles, as we call them, and they are all equally important. So we will not compromise on sustainability or quality to reduce or to get to the lowest price. Yeah, there is a big area here for the industry for us to work on to reduce those low costs. We see the most challenges in function, in form, and in low price. Function for us is all about healthy, nutritious food that supports consumers' diets. Form is about the taste, the smell, and the texture, which we have heard before as well. And obviously, low price should come with lower costs, whether it's from ingredients, economies of scale, efficiency, but we also see a way for innovation here. Today, our average offer on our main meals is 34%, so we need to work on the earlier mentioned areas to reach that 50%. Our strategy here is to move to more color, more plants on the plate. There are about 400,000 edible plants, I believe, on the planet, and we need to move towards more diverse crop rotations for a healthy soil as well. We are building towards increased ingredient diversity. That's a hard sentence. So more legumes, more colorful veggies, whole grains, fibers, and also upcycled ingredients. We are also developing dishes where the meat is more a side rather as a main component on the dish. And we are reducing the red meat in our local offered dishes. Communication, transparency, and storytelling is important as well. You okay? So with that, I want to end, and I want to say that by 2030, we want to inspire and enable more than 1 billion people to live a healthy and better life within the limits of the planet. So we are adding more plant-based options to our menu to help consumers make sustainable choices. Thank you so much.
And also thank you because we managed to save some time that can be used for questions later on. So I'll just pass to Mr. Philippe Wagnitz, sorry if I mispronounce it, the Director of Quality and Sustainability from Lidl. You have the floor.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. And I have to congratulate IKEA not only for this food thing, but also for the sustainable choices you do with the main assortment. Good evening. Yeah, my name is Philipp Wagnitz. I'm heading sustainability and quality at Lidl International. I just want to give you a quick overview about what Lidl is actually about, what our strategy is, and what we have done in the past few weeks and continue doing until the end of the year, closing with some recommendations. Yeah, so we have a certain mission, and that mission includes sustainability. So we say we want to offer our customers the best price to value ratio by acting simple and sustainable. So sustainability really is at the core of our value proposition, and that's not just saying it is there, like I really feel that it is there and it's taken into consideration. We are currently around the 4th largest retailer globally, and we have 12,000 stores in 31 countries and a lot of employees. And just to look at the Germany assortment, for example, that gives you a little bit of an overview. We don't have so many articles like a supermarket, like they have 12,000. We have around 4,000 articles, and most of them are own brand, lots of bio articles, and an increasing assortment of vegan articles. In our strategy, we focus on 5 to 6 topics, and today I'm talking about the promotion of health within the topic, because we really realize that it's so intrinsically linked to all the stuff we do on biodiversity, on climate, and so on. There are so many positive effects when you really tackle the health and healthy and sustainable diets topic. You see on the right side our strategy related to that, and I don't want to go into all of this. We are really talking about also fiber as a very important component for your system and so on. We are talking about animal kids farm marketing, that we don't want to promote any unhealthy products to children. We already do that, and now related to WHO criteria. Today I'm talking about the plant protein strategy. So what we will do, so we have published a sustainable and healthy diets purchasing policy earlier this year, and we are rolling it out quite quickly. And this is an example of Germany. I think it was mentioned before. We are doing not exactly that. It's really depending on the countries, but we will definitely do transparency throughout all little countries. So we will publish our protein split, so the animal versus plant-based protein, ratio, and the dairy versus dairy alternative ratio for all little countries by March next year. In the Netherlands, in the UK, in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, we already did that. Here you see an example of Germany. So currently we are at 11% plant-based protein sources in the assortment, and 89% animal-based, and 6% dairy, and the rest 6% dairy alternatives. So it's not that much, as you see. But I want to mention one thing, and I have heard that from we had a chat during the break. If we want to go for a protein goal, yeah, if we want to set a goal here for the whole European Union, we really should be clear about what we count in. This is a Germany example where we have used the WWF methodology on plant-based versus animal-based protein. In the Netherlands, we have used another methodology that includes grains. And from what we understood, you also included grains, no, in your 40% goal that you advocated earlier. If we include grains, it's a much, much higher number. And in the Netherlands, we have a 50% goal. Yeah, and in Germany, we have a 20% goal, as you can see here, for 2030. So it really depends on what you count in as plant-based alternatives. And for Germany and for the rest of the countries, we are advocating internally right now, if you want to replace a meat, we are really talking about replacing meat on the plate. And I don't replace meat by eating bread, I think. But it's really up to discussion. And I think before we can set a European goal, which we should, I think, we should be clear about what we count in. So, and then in Germany, we took it one step further. We don't only want to go for transparency, but we went for price parity along nearly the whole portfolio of vegan products. So we are offering now all products at the same price as an animal origin product. So we say in Germany, it's like du hast die Wahl, but we have similar things in the Netherlands. It really depends on the countries, but in Germany, you can now buy all vegan alternatives at the same price than the animal-based products. My main takeaways for today is that we should really understand the high potential, I think, and I think this is really important to understand how, for us, it's really a learning process to see if we get stronger on this front here, we will have so many co-benefits on all our strategies, from human health, food security, economic development, and sustainability. The list goes on. We heard it through the days and so on. So we really should take this seriously, this topic. And I think it's really important that we include in the upcoming EU protein strategy, we include a big chunk on the human consumption, that we create an understanding of what a methodology could look like in order to be transparent, not only in the retail business, but also in the gastronomies, the McDonald's and KFCs of this planet, and the big gastronomic institutes, so that we have comparability. And if we have comparability, we have competition, which is very good because we need competition on that front as well, which then drives a lot of innovation. And we as Europe, we can be, as we heard it earlier, we have a lot of bright minds, we have lots of patents and so on, we can really be on the forefront. We have an economic potential here, and with that competition, we could foster that economic potential much stronger. But again, we need a harmonized methodology, because otherwise, you know, some supermarket says we go for a 50% goal, they include grains. We say in Germany, for example, or in Switzerland, Austria, we go for 20% goal, and then it looks like very distorted, the picture, no? Yeah, but that's like from the little nutshell of a retail perspective. I think there's a lot of room. And very important, this needs to be, at the end of the day, you need to go into the shop and really buy a product because you can afford it. And this shouldn't prevent you, like a good choice shouldn't prevent you. So making the good choice shouldn't prevent you because it's too expensive. So we try to see how far we can push it. But I think in Germany it's the best step so far, and we hope that other retailers will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, this perspective from the retail sector that normally is not so much included on this debate. I think it's really interesting to understand the reach and the changes that are being made on this sector. Now we jump to the farmer's perspective. That's also very relevant. And I would invite Mr. Johan de Schepper. I'm sure I mispronounced it. And Mrs. Sarah also. Yeah, because it's too crowded, sorry. We don't have space for everyone.
It's a very important topic.
Yeah, thank you very much. You have to come to the stage. But we can start by Mrs. Sarah Eickhout, my God, sorry for my pronunciation, for Transfarm. She's a farmer. So you have the floor. Thank you.
So yes, thank you very much for having me here. I'm very happy, especially because I'm from Switzerland, and Switzerland is still resistant to the European Union, but we appreciate a lot what you do. Yes, this is a very different perspective, but it's all very connected, of course. And as you can see, I brought some animals along because I think it's time that they also take part in the parliament, because it's a lot about them. Just to introduce myself, I'm from Hofnar, which is a farm, and a lot of other things, which I'm not talking about today. But also I'm from Transformation Switzerland, who's helping farmers to change. It's like a bottom-up strategy. No worries, I'm not going to talk about animal rights a lot here, but as I said, I brought the animals in. Last week, we had to pick up another pig from the rubbish bin of a farm, and it was still alive. And for me, this is just wonderful example, or not so wonderful, but an example of how the food system doesn't actually work. The current food system, we've heard it this afternoon already, is at its end. It is killing not only sentient beings, but it's also finally killing ourselves, our future generations. So this rubbish pig, as I call it, is very emblematic for the current food system. But also, as we rescued this one, it's good news there, because as we saw with transformation in Switzerland, it can all change very fast. And that's what I want to talk about today. First, I want to point out, because there has been misunderstanding, what transformation is not about. It's not about paying farmers to stop farming. That's very important, because what we need to produce food is farms. At the very base of every food production, there's farms. So it's not about closing down farms. And it's also not about pushing farmers into something they don't want. It sounds very easy, but it's very important to say this, because in the end, it's really quite the opposite. It's about working with farmers for change. It's about showing alternatives that work. Started with cultivating our own farm. That's a vegan organic farm. And it's about giving tangible options for a just transition. So saying that, we did that in Switzerland, which I'm going to tell more about in a minute. But since 1 year, we are also in other countries in Europe, or we are also trying to build up transformation in other countries. So that's maybe important to say here. It's about a future for everyone, and it's about being part of the solution, getting out of this being part of the problem of farms into the solution. So the definition, very easily put, is to support farms that today produce animal products in their change towards plant-based agriculture, always still producing food for humans. As I mentioned, it started with our own farm. It was not just a theoretical start where we said we need to change now and you, farmer, you can do it. It was a trial on our own farm, and we saw it worked, and farmers saw it worked. That's also important to focus on. There's many ways into transformation for the individual farmer. There's many whys, there's many emotions. I'm not going to go into that, but I just want to show this picture and a few names and a few words there, just to point out that, for example, Michael's case was a case when he came into the barn for the first time after 2 years. He hadn't been there because he has employees. He has a big, big pig farm. And he realized that there was someone behind these eyes. And we talk a lot about proteins and strategies, but we tend to forget who's behind these animal proteins, for example. And he realized, and he said, I'm not going to kill one single pig anymore. And that was his start. Or Lucas, who realized that what he was doing was not going well for the environment and wasn't making any sense, but there was no way out for him in the beginning, because he couldn't realize that he could stay a farmer without killing animals. And when he realized, everything changed for him. So it was very important to get transformation out into media as an option, as an information. So it's about Michael, who said, I realized that there was someone behind those eyes. But it's also about Lisa, who is the pig who had these eyes. It's about Rona, who realized that the soil is dying, and with the dying soil, we would also die. And it's about a kid who realized that we are destroying our own future, or the adults are for the kids. And it's Anna who corrected him, and said, no, it's not our generation, it's the other one. So it's about every one of you. It's about everyone out there. Transformation really is about all of us. And it's about all these 130 4 farms in Switzerland that changed these past 4 years. And it's about all these individuals in these farms who inspire yet other farmers to change and who inspire the whole chain, the whole supply chain to change, because that's what happened. I'm not going to go into the process because time is running, but I just want to show this little picture to show you that it starts with hurdles. It starts with fears and financial considerations, and it goes into an analysis that we do, that my team does on the farms to see what can be done, what can be grown, how can we sell it. And then the concept comes along, and in the end, we have the implementation. Sometimes it takes 2 years. Sometimes it takes 6 weeks to transform. There's all kinds of options. And it's very crucial to understand that it's the farmers that get in touch with us, as I said in the beginning, because there's many out there that want to change for several reasons. And it's crucial to understand that it needs to be done step by step with the conditions they have, with the people involved there. And then change, radical change is possible. And a small country like Switzerland can do it, then you all can do it in the European Union. I want to quickly show, just to give some numbers without commenting very much, but just to show the income doesn't change in the end if you don't want it to change. Some farmers say, I don't need as much as I earned with the pigs. I need less because I don't need to pay my psychiatrist anymore. But many say, I would like to have kind of the same income. So we need to look at what can we increase, where do the subsidies still hold. Switzerland not so good sometimes because they go into animal agriculture. But some of them keep some animals also as their friends, and the subsidies still go into that animal part then. So we can profit off that a little bit. But as you see at the end line, in the end, there is an income that is about the same. I don't comment it here, it's the same, just a different graph. This was an egg farm doing now different kinds of proteins. For example, for alternative cheese alternatives. This is a dairy farm. There's also different kinds of income pillars that they had and they still have. They have, for example, oat milk now. They have vegetables and lupines that they also grow for cheese alternatives. And the pig farm that goes into fungi and different other options. We called it agriculture when we didn't have like all the different names, but there's always proteins involved because in Switzerland, finally, this is also being supported quite a bit. Oats and proteins such as chickpeas and peas and beans. Just to give you a little picture that it works for every kind of farm. And if it works in Switzerland with the different landscapes, then why wouldn't it work here, for example? As was mentioned today several times, how to implement it on a bigger scale, information, sure, education. I know time is running out. So let me jump into the Governmental Transition Fund, which we are talking about in Switzerland now, which will take quite a while as it's very slow in Switzerland, but that's somewhere where we could reach quite a point. And of course, subsidies. Subsidies go in every country into the wrong direction, still slowly keep changing. And I think there we could do quite a bit for quite a fast change. I don't go into this. I just want to finish with that. What the farmer actually said, we are only human after all. And as much as it is about investment and money, it's always about investment into a future worth living. And there's nothing more rational than preserving our basis for life. As selfish as this may sound, it has always to do with compassion at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's always important to bring the ethical parts of the production system and to talk about the sentient beings. So thank you very much for this presentation. If Switzerland is available to enter the European Union, if they wish to start the negotiations, we'll be ready for sure. So now I'm inviting Mr. Juan de Schepper from AgriFirm, the Chief Innovation Officer from this group. Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Hi, it's my wife's birthday, but I'm still here, so that's not a good sign for me and my marriage. I'll send her your regards. So I just push this one. Yeah. So I work at the AgriFirm Group, Chief Innovation Officer. I'm going to skip this one because it's a lot of, let's say, publicity, and that's not what we want to do. AgriFirm is a cooperative, a Dutch-based cooperative. We have 10,000 shareholders. It's a bit difficult to get them in one room, but we have a system to do that. We are a group of, let's say, 80% exposed to animal nutrition worldwide, with a very heavy footprint in this part of the world, in Northwestern Europe. But apart from that, we are located in some 14 countries across the world, from China to Latin America, to Brazil, to Uruguay, to the US, North Africa, you know, you name it. But very, very interesting to see is that we are 80% animal nutrition based or exposed. And that is what we want to change, because we think, representing farmers, having farmers on our board, we have to move to plant-based, and we have to move to a more balanced diet. Otherwise, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it on the nutritional part, feeding people, but certainly we're not going to make it on the soil part. Our system is broken. Somebody said already, we have to rehab our food system into more plant-based products that require protein crops. So this is where we are. It's very nice, very interesting. So it's quite an important world. But again, a very heavy footprint in Holland, Belgium, Poland, Hungary, Spain. This is one of our main footprints. So why are we in life? Why are we doing what we want to do? Well, we have one important mission, and the mission is that we want to work for a responsible food chain for future generations. But some time ago, that was a very nice slogan, but there was very little content. And we made payload for that content, and we said, listen, if we want to do that, we have to work for a different system of agriculture, a different food production system. But, and the lady that spoke right before me, we have to make sure that system is not just sustainable for the reasons of sustainability and the container word, but it has to be sustainable sustainability. Meaning that when a farmer engages in good practices, he does not have to do that for 1 or 2 years. He has to keep being motivated to keep doing that. Otherwise, he just drops it and goes back to traditional farming. And that's not what we want. And therefore, we need the whole chain. And the cooperative also has a role to play. So on the one hand, we are pushing very much now, since 3 years already, for protein crops in our part of the world, because we say it's better for food, it's better for humans, it's better for health, but it's also better for the soil. And if we continue to go for cash crops, we are slowly but surely, sometimes even fast, destroying our soil, depleting our soil. And what do we do then? Then we use more fertilizer. And what is happening to the fertilizer? Well, the nitrate is going to the water. And then we're back to square one. So we want to go for a low environmental impact, providing food that is more healthy for people. In balance, we say, and the World Resource Institute said that already a little bit earlier, 77% of what we produce on arable land goes left or right to animals. And that is not efficient. We have to go much more directly to people. It is the way of feeding people, of having enough food for people. But on the other hand, it's also the way of restoring health of the soil. So what do? We want to have a lower environmental impact, not just by pushing these protein crops, but also by combining it slowly but surely, step by step, with certain practices of regenerative farming. Now, regenerative farming is a kind of a hype today, but trust me, I've seen it. We have a pilot farm that is already practicing 5 years these tools, and we have extremely good productivity, because when we push more protein crops in regenerative farming, we do not only have nitrogen for the next crops, but we also have a much better bacteriological life in the soil. We have more organic matter in the soil. We have better water holding capacity. And guess what the problem is in a lot of countries? Water holding capacity. So we push for low environmental impact, but that's not the only thing we want to do, because that's only knowledge and helping farmers to do the right thing. And what is right? That's almost an ethical question. But we also say that as a co-op, we want to move into the chain. Today, we're an input company, so we buy, we wrap a little bit of science, and then we sell. No, we want to be more active in the chain, because when we capture more value in the chain, then we can distribute more value to the farmers, and we can give a more fair price and a fair income for the farmers, because that's what it's all about when you talk about sustainability. So pushing the right practice, pushing certainly also protein, and having a more important role in the chain, redistributing value closer to the consumer, because he has the money, yeah, distributing that value to the farmers. Now, what is our vision on the protein transition? And it's not us that makes the protein transition, it's all of us by eating that makes the protein transition. So the more balanced diet, that is for us a necessity. We have to move from 60% meat, animal-based protein, 40% plant-based, to the opposite. 60% plant-based and 40% animal protein-based. Is animal bad? No, it's not bad, but we have to rebalance for a variety of reasons I just came to explain. It's not just health, it's also soil. It's also the way how we treat our planetary boundaries. Now, what is therefore necessary? First of all, we need to make that transition, and we only can make it together with the chain, because if the chain does not allow for a sustainable income for farmers, farmers will try it, and only the fanatics will continue, and that is not what we want. We want mainstream farmers to move into protein crops. Secondly, we also, of course, by moving more farmers into protein crops, we have to facilitate the growth of plant-based food. Because guess what? We have a lot of contacts with big companies, and there are only 3 very big ones, and when it comes down to choosing, they rather take Canadian protein crops or Chinese protein crops because it's so cheap. And that is something that we need to really convince also the chain, that if you grow locally proteins, we have to at least make sure that more farmers get incentivized to start doing it, us working on yield, us working on soil management, so that by the time that effectively the transition is over, we can indeed be competitive globally. But in the beginning, also the chain has to take up a role and has to pay fair prices to farmers. Otherwise, nobody moves. And in 2 years, we're back here, and we're going to complain about why so little acreage is used for protein. So actually, that's a role we need to play too. And last but not sure, of course, we need to make sure that that by doing so, we reduce the footprint of agriculture. And by doing so, we also get away from the black and white situation in a lot of countries where the agriculture, where the farmer is the bad guy, and then the green people are the good guys. Farming is the solution to solving a lot of our challenges that we have worldwide, but certainly also in this part of very efficient farming. By the way, we have some leverage because we have about a quarter of the market in the Netherlands. And as you know, the Netherlands is the second biggest exporter of agricultural products worldwide. So we have some kind of leverage to move stones, to move needles, actually. And that's our responsibility, and that's what we take up. This is what we, as an example, do nowadays. We work together with a lot of co-ops to make either soy-based milk, local soy, by the way, yeah. We also work on oat, we also work on faba beans, and we have a product in Albert Heijn, the retailer in the Netherlands, that is based on our faba beans. But apart from that, we also work together with Protealis, for instance. It's a small startup, small, they're well funded, by the way, Ghent-based. And today in our fields, we have soy qualities that are 4.4 ton and 41% of protein and can be processed well. Because you can have a good crop, but if you can't process it, it stays expensive. So we try to prove and have a showcase to farmers and say, listen, embark in protein crops, embark in soy, embark in fava, embark in pea. Apart from that, we work together with our colleagues, cooperatives, Landmannen, BayWa, Kosun, Friesland Campina, AVB, to form kind of a coalition so that also the political society starts to understand that this has to happen and they have to play a role in transiting the farmer from traditional product, cash crops, towards more having the protein crops inside of their plan. So what are the points from a farmer? A farmer is a very simple guy. When he's very fanatic, he will do it. He understands. And there are a lot of farmers who really want to go for a better world and with good practices, Region Act, etc. But a lot of farmers just say, hey, guy, 40% of the Dutch farmers, by the way, are below the poverty limit. 4-0. That's not 1-4, 4-0. So these guys, they count at the end of the month their money. So at the end, if a farmer wants to move, you need to make sure he has a sustainable income, because then he will say, well, okay, if that is what you can give me to me, because you work more on the yield, you work more on the soil, you work more on productivity of my land, you work more on value, then more farmers will start shifting. But that is an integrated picture we need to see. So it's not just technology, it's also marketing, it's also making sure that we can deliver the solution to sustainable income. So what do we expect? We expect effectively also Europe to help farmers making the transition, to make sure that farmers can be competitive on a global level, also when they are living in the northern part of Germany or in Portugal, and to make sure that indeed the demand is there, the ask is there, because then of course the price will be interesting and farmers will move. Voilà, that's it. And now I go to my wife.
Thank you very much, and for Irina to do my dirty work, because I passed her the piece of paper saying that the time is off. But then we have time for questions. I would just state something that you were talking about, and I was remembering of the book that I recently read from Georges Monbiot, that is Regenesis, and it's really interesting, this approach for us to internalize the costs and making the farmers, the appeal to farmers that if they produce something that reinforces the soil, for example, they will be benefited economically. So the internalization of costs is really, really relevant. And I also recall the debates that we have in the beginning of the mandate on a common agricultural policy that it could have been a game changer on this perspective, but then it was a battle that we, the Greens, lost. But we tried anyway to change the incentives on the production at the production level. So I will stop. Then we have 10 minutes to make questions. Feel free and don't be shy. So I'll start there.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you so much all for the wonderful speakers. I'm Lisette from the Plant-Based Treaty, and I have a question for Sarah. I would like to compliment you because we have heard so much about the necessity to change towards a plant-based food system and how we can market those products, but not so much about how we can actually get there. So thank you for your project. I have a question about what politics can do for you and what subsidies can help you with your projects.
So I think for the specific countries in the European Union, those countries need to answer the question. But in Switzerland, we have like 80% going towards animal agriculture and not towards sustainable practices. So what we try to do there and what slowly is starting to really just shift these subsidies into, be it biodiversity funding or be it alternative proteins that are being subsidized. Until last year, subsidies for proteins were only given if the animals eat them, and now we achieved that the humans can eat them and the subsidies are still going to the farmer or are even a bit better. So I think specifically having like a protein plan, for example, and trying to push that in politics, that subsidies go that direction. But of course, all the countries, I don't know how the subsidy system works, away from animals into plant-based foods is, I think, the core to change. And then what we are also, as I mentioned a little bit, trying is a fund where you have, like you say, 2 years, we need to transform quite a bit, like within the whole supply chain. And there will be a fund who helps making that happen. And I think that would be the same case for almost every country, be it from like dairy infrastructure to doing oat drinks or whatever, you know, just to even do this social change and economic change within governmental money also. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Don't forget that we also have Nuria in there. Sorry, she could not be here, but she's there to answer your questions. And now I'll go to that speaker there in the back, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I was going to ask something similar, but instead I wanted to say, because we already know about the devastating effects of animal agriculture has in the planet. We already know that we have temporarily crossed the 1.5 degree barrier and that we will cross the 2.0 barrier within the next few years. And yet governments keep funneling money into animal agriculture. In fact, 2023 report from the World Bank states that trillions of dollars per year of subsidies for animal farming and fishing are causing an environmental havoc and driving the degradation of our world's natural assets. And it mentions actually the EU Common Agricultural Policy as one of the most prominent instruments carrying out such a destruction. And so what we would like to see is, as Sarah was mentioning, a complete shift of those subsidies. And so my question was, do you think that projects like yours could be, with the proper public assistance, scalable, for example, to a European scale? And if so, what do you think you would need to be able to do that? Thank you.
So you mean to implement it in other countries, like not from bottom up, just like a bigger organization, right?
Yes, exactly. And also, well, yes, that's basically, yeah.
So basically what we also have in Switzerland is that that farmers have the right to coaching, wherever they want to go. Only for transformation, it's our little group doing it. So what we would need is that a real funded organization would help farmers in bigger countries to bring the knowledge to them, to show them what's possible, to invest in also new crops, as was mentioned today as well. So I think if we want it on a big scale, that would be also where the money needs to go to help these individual farmers to change rapidly. I'm trying to keep my answer short, otherwise time is running.
So again, if Switzerland wants to come to the EU and enter the single markets, we are all open. Let's start the debate. So now here, please.
Yes, one question to our colleague from Legal International. How far are LCAs or PEFs or however you call them, sustainability measurements, how far they are a guiding principle for you to steer the change? I mean, if you change from meat to meat replacers, you anyway are more sustainable, but do you already use it for fine tuning in the long term or midterm, or where are you? Thank you in advance.
Yeah, so it's a good informative tool, but we don't use it like systemically yet. I just want to say one thing that my colleague here said before, that we need a sustainability labeling at some point as well. And we were very sad that this got kind of killed in the process because of the PEF question, for example, in Germany, where they said like it's not sufficient enough and so on. I think we need to start somewhere, and I think it's a very useful tool. We are considering right now internally, I mean, it's a very good thing to show, for example, if you produce virgin plastics and if you have recycled plastics, it's just such a difference, and it just shows you very, very clearly that you don't have to produce it in the first place, you have to recycle it and so on. So it's a very useful tool, but I would like to see it more in these kind of, for example, labeling aspects, but there's a lot of politics involved, sadly.
No, on the contrary, politics, it's the way to drive these changes, and so we should not focus on the bad leadership, we should focus on the good leadership that we should be having. So now I shift to her in the corner, and we have a very diverse and rich panel, so feel free to ask other colleagues.
Yeah, just to comment on the PEF guidelines. I think this is really good that we're actually talking about that, because if we compare that, for instance, to our American friends and colleagues in the precision fermentation area, for them, when they come to the European market, this is totally new world. They don't know this principle. It's operating with ISO standards. So I think this is actually a true opportunity for Europe to show sort of a sustainability leadership, which would be actually very smart to integrate that into our food market approval process. I mean, I'm dreaming of that. Probably takes 10 years plus, but this would be super. That we would really show a European leadership, which I think we don't have on the radar. But I totally agree that the PEF guidelines are something with a lot of potential.
I don't know if anyone wants to comment. It was not a question, but if anyone wants to reinforce.
But the solution is, like always, it's going to be a combination. Certainly, protein crops are a very important one for a variety of reasons I explained and other people explained. But secondly, also we should embark on combinations like we also do, for instance, fungal fermentation on waste. We do that in our group now, and we make a protein that we give to animals because it's easy and you don't have the whole lengthy process. So we replace at that moment foodstuff, because normally speaking, they're fed with stuff that we all eat. So instead of that, they eat upcycled waste. So it's going to be a combination of a variety of things. There's no silver bullet, but the constant is, of course, the political leaders, the positive political leaders should set the frame to enable that shift and to enable that transition easier than today. Today, farmers struggle with their local legislation. Today, new scale-up startups, they struggle with lengthy processes. So that's a lot of things that are negative, but turn it upside down and make it positive. And we can make moves.
I think Cecilia wants to jump in also, and then we'll go to the final question.
Just a quick note on PEF specifically. What is very important, though, in any methodology is that it allows for comparison. And the way it has been created so far, it doesn't allow for comparison between products. And then it's detrimental in terms of consumer information, because then it will not mislead you in the way, because price is misleading today, as we know. So I just want to, that is super important, that it really is transparent and guides consumers in the right direction. The way it is, it doesn't.
Thank you. So I'll have two questions. So first.
Yeah. My question is for Johan de Schepper, but yeah, all of the presentations were absolutely fantastic and inspirational. So thank you all. Johan, you mentioned that 40% of Dutch farmers live below the poverty line. Yet it is also, I think, 1 in 5, so 20% of farmers in the Netherlands are a millionaire. And it's also the function, the job sector, which has the highest percentage of millionaires. So you, being from the AgriFirm food group as a cooperative, my question is, can you account and explain this disparity? Because it seems something is going wrong there.
First of all, by the way, I'm a Belgian, so not to be mistaken. So I live in Ghent. Yeah. First of all, in the Netherlands, indeed, agriculture is technologically very efficient, extremely efficient, to the point that actually they're using all the tools that maybe tomorrow we do not need or we do not want anymore for efficiency. So we need to be smart and have different tools. And again, as I said, you can make soil extremely productive by certain systematic ways of working. Number one. Number two, the guys that are making a lot of money, they use actually scale to have that kind of an efficiency that they can go home with millions and millions on their bank account. And that's fine for me. I mean, if they're smart, as long as they do the right stuff, and that's not always the case. Why are the farmers most of the time not making money? Because they're trapped in the commodity lane. Farmers do not sell well. They produce, and they produce like hell, and they don't ask themselves questions, and then they put it in the commodity lane. And then it's over. And I think there is a role where, as well, society, as cooperatives, because cooperative model is a nice model to that extent, can play a very important role. But you will always have people who outsmart the whole chain. And it's also, the upside is if we can make them make a lot of money with the same efficiency, but with other tools, the right tools, we could have a different way of working on the soil in the Netherlands. So it's actually the commodity trap that explains the poverty, and the smart guys understand that commodity trap, and they find scale and techniques, traditional techniques, and cash crops like bulbs, tulip bulbs that really kill soil. They find ways to make money in that way, and that is what the upside is, turn that around.
So last question here.
Yes, thank you. Maria from Euractiv. This will be for Leopold. So you mentioned the link between the protein strategy and the EU neighborhood policy. So maybe if you could point to like some good practices or the way to go.
Could you repeat, please, which link, the protein strategy and
the neighborhood policy?
Neighborhood policy, yeah. Thank you. So Ukraine and Serbia are already net soybean exporters. They have been previously, before the war, exporting Ukraine to Asia and Africa. Now this is not possible anymore. They are already embedded in value chains that go into the can go into the plant-based. In case of Serbia, this is very much the case, and also in Ukraine. So when we engage with these both countries in terms of also future accession, it's also about adopting farming practices. I think there we can help them also bring them closer actually to European Union also. Yeah, because this and in the soy we can help, in soy they are already net exporter, and we in the European Union need actually this complementary volume actually of soy, where we actually have the deficit. Yeah, so I think there is the matching point. Thank you.
So we reached the end of the events. Let me start by thanking Tilly Metz, Sylwia Spurek, and Eickhout for organizing this event, but especially the advisors that make all the hard work. So a salve of applause for them, because without them this would not be possible. And I would just finish with, I think, what I felt on these two big panels is that we really need political leadership to make these changes that overall are here expressed. Obviously, we can have different goals and objectives by percentage, but the data is clear. The scientific data that we saw in the beginning of our presentations, it's really, really scary if we look at impact that they are going to have on our livelihoods. So we're talking about soil, water scarcity. I come from Portugal. Water is one of the biggest issues there, and 70% of the water usage is to agriculture and animal farming. And this is not a debate in my country, and so we just continue to do the same old thing. We also talked about the needs to have proper financing, and we had the debate on the beginning of our mandates of a common agriculture policy that we really didn't have the chance to change the way that we are financing this change that already happens at retailers, at farming systems, but with a lot of weight. So we really lost an opportunity there. We also lost an opportunity when we were debating the directive on industrial emissions, where agriculture was not included on this revision. And so again, I think we lost the potential of really shifting and becoming a true powerhouse worldwide, because also trade is very important here, and we didn't specifically talk about it, but this has huge repercussions on trade. And so when you talk about food sovereignty, we are also talking about trade, fair trade. We are talking about internalizations of costs, and I think we have much ground to do work here. Also on sustainable food systems, it was also stated here for several speakers, but the Consumer Association talked a lot of this importance of us looking structurally to the old paradigm, and especially how citizens receive their food and acknowledge their food environments. And so this is also very important. And I will finish by thanking everyone that was here. It took a bit longer, not too much, but we managed to do on time. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your comments. And also, we didn't only have here plant-based associations, which is very positive. We had retailers, we had farmers, we had citizens from other organizations that also represent the animal industry. So this also shares that we need to make bridges, and we need to push, and positive leadership is a thing that we really need on these European elections. So read carefully the programs, look at the lead candidates, and feel free to also eat now the rest of the vegan food that we have. And so we don't have a footprint on the food waste. So thank you very much again, and thank you for all.
Interesting note flow.